All right, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I get a roll call?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Don Dice,
Here.
Mark Schroep is not here. Rick Nipper.
Here.
Bruce Larson.
Here.
Kimberly Newton just let me know she's going to be a few minutes late. Deb Harmon. Here. Laura Lee Thompson.
Here.
Nicholas Sanzone.
Here.
Dick Bankhead.
Here.
Aaron Adams.
Here.
Kurt Smith is not here.
He's
Fred
on the
Goldstein.
He's
Oh, he's on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Here. Fred Goldstein.
Here.
Barbara Wall Scanlon.
Here.
Eric Manez.
Here.
John Windsor.
Here.
And Charles Venuto.
Here.
Okay, we do have a quorum.
Thank you. Approval of the agenda for this month.
I'll make a motion to approve.
That was
the
Deb.
agenda.
Do I have a second? Barbara. All in favor? Aye. Approval of minutes from, everybody reviewed minutes from last month, and do I have a,
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from
Oh.
last month.
all right. Let's go with Dick this time. It was Deb and, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. All right, Virginia is up.
Good morning. I'm going to be very brief this morning. You have a full agenda, and it's a quarterly report month, so you'll get a lot more details in the quarterly reports coming up next. But I just wanted to touch on a few things. Tuesday, the county commission unanimously voted for staff to begin preparations for the Save Our Indian River Lagoon surtax renewal to be considered for going on to the November 2026 ballot. There will be 2 public workshops at the north and south ends of the county. So on January 5th, there will be a board workshop at the Titusville City Hall from 5 to 9 p.m. And on January 12th, they will do the same thing, 5 to 9 p.m. at the Palm Bay City Hall. The only items I wanted to highlight on the progress report that won't come up in the quarterly reports are 1 more derelict vessel removed. Nick Sanzone filmed his My Lagoon story, which is still in editing, so we'll have that to you at your next meeting, I hope. Please, if you haven't done yours yet, contact Brandon to get that scheduled. On the flip side, presentations, Aaliyah, Melanie, Abby, and Brandon have all been giving presentations this month. Spark Tide represented us at the Thousand Islands Festival because I was not in shape for that one yet. And they will have a booth at the Space Coast Birding and Wildlife Festival. And so we're looking forward to participating in that event. February 19th is the Indian River Lagoon Symposium. It's going to be a 1-day event this year, so they're doing some formatting changes. That usually fills up. So if you're interested in attending that event, you need to register soon. And that's my report.
Thank you. Lori.
Good morning. I hope to be short and quick, too. We have received $4.0 million in August collections. The total revenue from conception is $488 million, correct that. For the monthly financial statement of the anticipated $516 million in revenue by the end of the fiscal year, the actuals received so far are $476 million. Let me page down. Okay. For the expenditures, this fiscal year, the total assigned to projects and programs is $40 million, and the actual spent is $38 million. Okay. And here is our financial table for our fourth quarter this year. Okay. And which everyone should have in their packet. And then we should be getting into our financial, whoops, and then also our grant tables. Do we have any questions?
Go ahead,
Yes.
Fred.
Just one comment. I know we brought this up before on the total assigned year-to-date, but I have no idea why it dropped $70 million or $60 million.
Okay, so I knew that question was going to come up, so, so we are still working off, this financial report will be for the fiscal year in 2025, so we are now into our new fiscal year, so purchasing has to release all those POs that are holding funds, so in order for us to open up POs for the next fiscal year, so that's why those total assigned have dropped.
Okay. Thank
Okay?
you. Yep.
All right, do you have any other questions?
No.
All right, perfect, thank you.
And Terry's going to give us a project update.
Yep, it is quarterly time. So this is for reporting period July 1st through September 30th. All the highlights in yellow show on your packet show progress since the previous quarter. The pink signifies no progress has been made. Green means that it's complete. And then I marked the withdrawn ones in red, so they're going to be discussed in a later presentation. Withdrawal, yeah, that means the entity is no longer proceeding with the project, so they withdrew it from the Sorrel plan. So we'll be making those changes in the 2026 plan update. Okay, for public education, we have 7 projects. The Restore Our Shores Oyster Gardening is complete. The Restore Our Shores is 70% complete. Brandon's also going to be giving the quarterly update after me, so I will let him focus on the progress of the Lagoon Loyal program. But this quarter, the zoo coordinated with the Disney volunteers to help with the reef build at Rum Cove, and that's a picture of them out in the field. Pond Watch has been working on their pond improvement projects in the 3 neighborhoods. The one on the left is the geobags and shoreline restoration project, and also some of the plantings going in at Country Walk. The one in the middle is the Longwood neighborhood, helping Florida Custom Aquatics plant the new vegetation in their pond. And then the one on the right is Tortoise Island and their new plants in their pond. For moving on to wastewater treatment facility upgrades, we have 9 in the plan and 4 are complete. The Melbourne Grant Street Water Reclamation Facility and South Brevard County Water Reclamation Facility are both in the design phase. Grant Street is a little further along, and they are planning to rebid next quarter. And the South Brevard County has permits under review. The West Melbourne Ray Bullard project began construction on November 7th, and this past Tuesday at the commission meeting, the board approved their $1.3 million in contingency, so we are working on getting that amendment executed. We have 2 uncontracted projects, the South Beaches and Port St. John wastewater treatment facilities. These were both added in last year's plan, so relatively new. For ribs and spray fields, we have 2 projects. The Long Point Park project was one that was of our original completed projects. And then we have uncontracted the Sterling House condominium. We are waiting for INRB results to come in before proceeding with that project. For package plant connections, we have 3 projects in the plan. Oak Point is completed. Willow Lakes is completing additional design revisions requested by utilities. And then the Cove has withdrawn their project. That was to connect their package plant to sewer, but it became too costly for the community to pay the bill. So they actually have an application in for a wastewater treatment facility upgrade that we'll be going over later. For our sewer laterals, we have 6 projects. 5 of those are smoke testing, and those are all complete. And then we have our countywide repairs underway. We have a total of 1,151 of 1,200 repairs, so that's 16 additional repairs identified. 27 additional code enforcement cases were resolved, and 2 additional non-code cases were resolved. For our septic removal, we have 44 projects in the plan with now 5 complete, and we just completed South Central C's last connections this past quarter. The new contract for Lake Ashley and Dundee Circle was awarded, so they remobilized for construction on September 2nd. And those contractors have been making lots of corrections to the previous contractor's defective work, and the Manor Lift Station was installed. The micro sewer line is complete, and they're still waiting on the final as-built and connections. Sykes Creek Zone M and N and T are all under various stages of construction. Sykes Creek Zone N will have their groundbreaking next week. Sykes T, this says 5% complete, but they've made a lot of progress in the past month and a half, so I just wanted to highlight that. The contractor is nearly finished with the sewer line installation, and so we should be ready to wrap that up pretty soon. Last week, we received the bids for O&P, and contracting is underway. Merritt Island C, Zone F, and South Banana Zone B are scheduled to go out to bid in December. We have 14 projects in the design phase and 7 projects that are not contracted. So City of Palm Bay withdrew Zone B, and Rockledge withdrew the Rockledge and Rockledge Zone B projects. Cocoa plans to move forward with their Zones J and K project. Melbourne is planning to move forward with Avenida del Rio and Bowers. And the City of Palm Bay, we've received the scope of work, and that contract is currently under review. For septic upgrades and quick connects, we've been very busy. This quarter, we received an additional 121 applications for septic upgrades, and an additional 87 were completed, bringing that total up to 586. We also received 13 applications for Quick Connect and completed another 27, bringing that up to 522. For stormwater projects, we have 248 of these in the plan, and 54 have been completed. This quarter, we completed 4. Here's 2 of them right here, the Welty and Lake Washington and Croton Road pond retrofits. These were the more sturdy floating vegetative islands installed. And then we also had 1 more at North Wickham and Conservation Place. So that one was done. And then Crane Creek, St. John's Crane Creek project completed their punch list items, so that one is now fully functioning and operating. We have a couple of projects under construction. Pioneer Road is substantially complete. They are just finishing the as-built and punch list items. Tennessee Street baffle box, it was at 95% complete. It might be done by now. Flamingo Road demolition is complete, and they're waiting on the structures to arrive. And then these 4 projects here, Babcock, Espanola, Coleman Pond, and Osprey Pond, have all completed design and should be going to construction very soon. We have 9 projects in the design phase. Forest Avenue outfall base flow project from the City of Cocoa was withdrawn for not being very cost effective. For the Huntington ponds, the existing conditions model is complete, and the drainage report is 40% complete. The St. John's permit for Sand Dollar was received, and we are waiting on the Army Corps permit. I just heard an update from Cocoa Beach. Ramp Road has started some construction on their project, and they've run into a few hiccups with some utility conflicts, but it's underway. And then we have 4 uncontracted stormwater projects, but all are planned to be underway soon. With the St. John's C10 project, that contract is currently out for signature. For vegetation harvesting, we have 10 projects and 9 are complete. The other one that's not complete is the Basin 958 Pioneer Road vegetation harvesting. That one is underway, and the structure will start collecting the vegetation from the canal once it's complete. We have 21 muck removal projects with 3 complete and 16 interstitial treatment projects with 2 complete. The Grand Canal project is still under construction. They're wrapping up by the end of the month, but they have pulled over 534,000 cubic yards of material. So they'll finish, like I said, finish up at the end of the month, and then the site restoration will be complete by the end of February. So in O'Galley, we are working on the FPL agreement and the construction contract. The Cocoa Beach Golf Muck Project has their permits from the Army Corps and DEP, and they just got the qualifications for bids. They got 2 bids, and they're under review. And in December, they're going to be looking at the prices for those bids. So stay tuned on that one. We have the few of the county projects and city projects in the design phase, and we have not contracted anything for Mims Rim Ditch, Shoreview, or Sunnyland, but I spoke with Shoreview and Sunnyland. They are planning to move forward with their dredging projects.
What was that? What was that last thing that you said? The Sunnyland and...
And Shoreview Lane,
Yeah. What was the last statement you made?
they are planning to move. Shoreview's definitely planning to move forward, and I know Sunnyland's looking for additional funding to move forward with their dredging project.
Thanks, that's what I was asking.
For our oyster bars, we have 26 projects in the plan and 12 are complete. And this quarter, the zoo completed construction on the CIRL 2 and the central tributary projects, putting in 10,186 square feet this quarter. And then they've actually completed those projects, but they just told us this like yesterday. So it's not on this report, but it'll be in next quarterly report. We have 4 projects in the design phase, and we have 6 over there that are uncontracted, but we do have the 2 bottom ones, the NIRL 4 and CIRL 5. We've received those scopes of work from the zoo, and they are under review. And the zoo has stated that they are holding off on their Banana River projects until recruitment is a little stronger in that area before installing large projects. For our planted shorelines, we had 10 projects in the plan, and 9 of them are complete, and the 10th one, the Scottsmore impoundment, was withdrawn as it was deemed not a great site for the restoration work. We have our clam restoration. We now have 13 farmers of 18 completed, and we got an email this morning from Mr. Mike Abdul. He was one of the clam farmers here a couple months ago, and he wanted to share that he has experienced over 75% survival this summer, and he's excited to continue the work. So. And then the 2 IRL clam restoration projects have been contracted, and the first round of seeding happened earlier this month at Grant Island, where 3 million of the 15 million clams were dispersed with the drone. And the Titusville site is waiting on final site selection before disbursement of those clams. So here we have an updated map showing where all of the 116 projects have been completed throughout the county. And then here's our overview, where we have over 174,000 pounds of annual TN reduction, 140,000 pounds of one-time TN reduction, 15,000 for annual TP, and 5,000 for one-time TP. And here is our TN and TP charts showing where we're at to meet our ultimate goal of 1.3 million pounds of TN and 107,000 pounds of total phosphorus. And then we've spent $95 million of the Save Our Lagoon tax. We've received an additional $111 million in grants and making our way through everything. Any questions?
Laura Lee?
Yeah, back to the Mims Rim Ditch dredging project. The boat ramp area at Scottsmore Landing is really, really bad. I mean, it's full of muck. It's almost to the surface of the water when the water's low. Is there any way that that could be included in the Mims Rim Ditch project? Could you look at
We'd
doing
have
that?
to look at the map and see what is.
It's not that far from the end of the Mims Rim Ditch. Maybe 2 miles away.
Okay, we can look
Very
into
close.
it.
Thank you. If you can just consider it, that would be great.
You mentioned a project that had a faulty contractor, and then it was a new contractor, and part of that work was correcting what had been done. Can you elaborate a little more on
That
that? And like,
was
who was that expense?
I don't know the exact expense on that. I think West Melbourne's here, so they could speak on that. But that was for their 2 septic to sewer projects, Lake Ashley and Dundee Circle. The contractor came out, started work, and then went bankrupt, I think, and so closed up shop. The city went in and cleaned everything up as best they could, went out to rebid and got a new contractor, and now they're fixing everything and continuing with the project.
Thank you. And then the other question, the mats that you showed, the pond mats, who is responsible for the ongoing maintenance, like the harvesting and
Our stormwater team.
So county, and does that cost come from us, or is the maintenance budgeted?
No, it's the stormwater utilities, maintenance budget. And those mats, they're not just floating wetlands, they also have baffles hanging from them that creates a longer flow path through the pond that increases the treatment. So that's been shown to enhance pond performance significantly, so we'll be monitoring how well those projects work.
Okay, great, thank you.
And we have a video. And Brandon says we have a video, yes.
Go ahead.
A couple questions. Yeah, it's great to see all the progress. So for the spray field projects, are the nutrient loads of the reclaimed water being measured?
That one was, yeah. I don't think we're monitoring that one anymore, but that was one of our originals completed in 2017, so we
Right.
do have that data.
Because more and more spray fields are becoming popular. And I know Indian River County has had some major problems with nutrient loads from the reclaimed water super high.
So
much
that,
they like replumbed, right? some
yeah,
of their stuff.
that first project, the category is ribs and spray fields, and that first project was a rib. So that's a rapid infiltration basin. And so we put in a denitrification trench around the basin to intercept the groundwater flow. And we monitored, on the basin side, the groundwater, and on the outside, beyond the intercept treatment, and showed significant reductions, especially in nitrate, as
Okay.
you would expect a denitrification system to do. So-
Okay, no, that's excellent. So, and we can talk about this when we talk about new projects. The golf course is talking about using reclaimed water. Is there going to be a monitoring requirement for that and other projects as well? Because different wastewater treatment sources are going to have different nutrient loads, and a good plant, no problem, a bad plant.
Right. So we have our groundwater monitoring program that monitors the reclaimed water in 3 areas, from 3 different wastewater treatment plants. And so we have seen the groundwater improve in Titusville after their upgrades. We are just beginning to see the groundwater improve in Palm Bay after their upgrades. I'm hoping another quarter of data, it'll be significant. We'll bring that to the committee. And then in Suntree, there hasn't been a project there yet. So we're not monitoring everywhere. We were, doing long-term,
Right.
monthly monitoring at places, representative locations up and down the length of the county.
Okay, so will places that propose to use reclaimed water, like a golf course, only be allowed in areas that we have that monitoring? Or I guess what I'm getting at is Indian River County had to spend a lot of money because they were using reclaimed water on the barrier island, and it was causing massive algae blooms. So they had to send sewer pipes back under the lagoon to get all that water back to the mainland wastewater treatment plant. So to avoid that, I'm thinking about, and I'll have other questions later for the project, about effectiveness, efficacy even, of these projects. So are there going to be, I don't know, limitations on places that reclaimed water can be used based on the data we have to be able to measure it?
So you're talking about regulatory changes,
Yeah.
which this is not a regulatory program, right?
No,
We provide that information.
I
You know,
understand.
we've gotten a lot of changes, so the legislature has seen our data, and they have required everybody that is that reclaimed water down to advanced wastewater standards, made that signal disappear in the data set.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I also have a question about the stormwater projects, which I think are probably among the most important. And you did mention it, but I'll take the opportunity to bring it up because a lot of the fishing community have expressed problems with Route 1. The Department of Transportation basically just created giant faucets. So when it rained, like the last rainstorm we got, I do wish I had a camera. I didn't. There was, I mean, it looked like a literal faucet like you would see in the Everglades, some of the pump stations. And you see the ecological, there's no seagrass, and the shellfish are dead, there's no swimming fish. So is that something that's somewhere on our agenda to address? Because it's going to be expensive.
That is a DOT responsibility, because that's a state road. They are required under the Basin Management Action Plans to do reductions, but they get to, choose how they meet those load reduction allocations.
Okay. So that's, okay. I mean, again, I bring it up, and I understand DOT, but it's even impacted the clam restoration, big time, and commercial fisheries, recreational fisheries. So just throwing it out there, that's probably something that we should kind of consider pushing a bit.
Understood.
Thanks.
Yeah, good question.
One quick comment. Is it possible when we do some of these projects to actually put in some requirements around certain issues? Like, for example, on this, I noticed that the golf course, and we'll get to it, I guess, is, it talks about using reclaimed water and fertilizer. So how much are they pumping on that golf course? Could we potentially say, well, if you're doing X, Y, Z, the project, you have to do this with the project?
We do have some special conditions in the funding contracts. I don't know how far we can push that in terms of, long-term maintenance, well beyond when the money's spent, right? How long folks would be willing to take on.
Okay.
In regard to that, I mentioned it briefly in the last couple months, in regard to Melbourne specifically, just because that's where I had the personal interaction. But I think that it is important that as we grow as a committee and huge turnover and who's sitting here this year, when we're funding or assisting and giving millions of dollars to an entity, whether that's a homeowners association, a city, an organization, and they are deliberately putting pollutants, fertilizers on a golf course, herbicides in a canal, a ditch, there needs to be some kind of reckoning, because those funds, mechanical harvesting, other means of management are being applied across the world, across the state. Satellite's done it. I know Titusville's worked on it. The county, Virginia's headed up. I would imagine that was you. The mechanical harvesting, 9 of 10 projects complete. I know there's maintenance on that, and I know that some physical locations don't allow for the same kinds of mechanical harvesting. But the advancement in equipment just over the last year, 2 years, for small areas, which was a big complaint before, we can invest in all the different types of equipment, So yes, I think it checks and balances on who we're providing funding for and what else they're doing with that money. When I had the opportunity to talk with the city of Melbourne about their issue a few years ago, they were approving $250,000 in funds to spray directly into tributaries to the lagoon. So at that time, it wasn't feasible for them. They'd actually already reappointed a contract before it had city council approval. It was an amendment. It was a process that they had to go back through. But yes, when we're taking into consideration, you have these other funds. So going into next year, in the specs and the criteria for qualifications to receive money, include in there that you have either discontinued intentional direct spraying, or you have in process a plan, you've created a committee to discuss financing. Your environmentalists working with your other departments can be a great help of that, specifically in Melbourne, again, just because I know them. And again, Satellite, they have a budget that allowed it, but Alan, is Alan over there that's the head of?
Potter, Alan Potter.
Alan, yeah, so I mean, I know him, I know he would jump at any opportunity to go and educate and help set that program up in other cities for homeowners. But yeah, I'm glad that Fred brought that up, because it's definitely something that into future projects we should take into consideration. So if they have $1 million a year to spray, then they have $1 million to either buy a harvester or use that money for their own infrastructure upgrades and improvements and get rid of all of our biocides. Thank you so much for that word. I use it a lot. Charlie grouped it for us. If anyone missed that, herbicides, pesticides, fertilizers, everything together, everything that kills those poisons. And I mean, really just to discontinue that in general as best management practices. There's no reason to be spraying. This state is rampant with advocates against spraying towards FWC. I'll circle back to that later in our end of the minutes committee conversation. But yes, so I didn't know where that would fit into today's meeting, so I'm glad that we had the opportunity to go ahead and put that out there as specifications for requirements that you cannot be directly spraying.
Yeah, so in July, we bring you the table of how much we're willing to pay for different project types. So I think that would be the best time to add other requirements to those different project types.
And again, I know it's not something that happens overnight. There's management, there's contracts that have to be finished out. But just as long as an entity is working towards implementing a new process, working towards eliminating any direct spraying. And I mean, again, we're talking about a chemical that just in California alone, lawsuits in billions, with a B, billions of dollars in monies have been paid out of, direct result, because it is a carcinogen. It's not a question. It's banned most all around the world. And then for us to direct spray and, the different entities, FWC being our biggest polluter in the state because they have the most water that they're governing. So that's definitely, we'll come back to that in July, but definitely on our break, something to think about. Those of us who are definitely more outspoken about not using biocides can put together something that will implement to not cut anyone off, because we don't want to halt any good projects, but awareness, education, to our committees, to our cities, maybe have the staff go out. So thank you. Thank you for letting me take all that time right now.
Charlie, did you have?
Yeah, I can't really quantify what I'm going to say, but just listening to the update here from a longitudinal standpoint, I feel like we've just reached some critical momentum with the project. So with 116 completed and hundreds more on the book, so it just seems like we're making a lot of progress. And I really want to thank Virginia and the staff, and I hope that you guys take a minute or two to celebrate your successes, because you've had so many of them.
Yeah, the breadth and depth of projects is amazing.
Yeah, and that was a 5-minute summary, and each one of those deserves a lot more time.
Good job.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're going to cover grants now?
I'm not, he is.
All right, so this is the communications report for July through September, so third quarter of the year. And our website, continues to perform well. And you'll see the page views kind of mirror with the total page views and new page views, but the users, actually, we had in July a big spike of people returning to the website versus the new users on the website. And so we had a lot of people coming back in July for some reason, I don't know why, but they were coming back and checking out our website, which is a good thing, drive traffic back there. And Lagoon Loyal, if you remember back in June, we talked about, they were transitioning the website and they weren't running any of the Google ads, and so they since resumed those with the new transition over, and we started to return back up to numbers we were expecting before. They are also working on the new website that will hopefully roll out towards the beginning of the year, and I'll be getting some pages and things for our staff to review this next month, and then we'll be rolling that out hopefully later. The sign-ups on Lagoon Loyal, they've kind of discontinued the, points coupon program, so we're not driving people towards those sign-ups as much as we were. We will be renewing that drive once we get the new website up and the new way that people can interact with it. So they had discontinued the reporting of actions. That was where the coupons were. However, we did have 2 of them in September, so people with old links, the old page is still active. They didn't want to kill it in case someone had old links and went there. But so we did have 2 people reporting actions, even though we aren't necessarily encouraging that currently until the new site comes up. Then on our social media, we've seen, so Facebook actually changed how they are reporting some of their analytics. So on our website and that, we graph all that out. Facebook gives us the graphs for this other part. And we were reporting the reach, which is the number of individual users that those posts go out to. So for Facebook, they stopped recording reach and they changed it to what they called views or viewers instead of reach. So it's the same idea, just the number of individual viewers. So that happened a couple months ago, but now when I went to pull the analytics this month, the viewers was not available at all. So it was just, had a blank spot there and said, unavailable currently. So I don't know if they are bringing that back or not, but so I switched over to the views, which is a little different because that's how many times it shows up, and it can be the same person multiple times on that. So we will see what they do in the future with that and how we stick with viewers or views. And our top posts for last quarter were our reminder to pick up trash from fireworks debris after the 4th, and then a discussion on seagrass and its role in the lagoon. So those were our 2 top posts there. And as for Lagoon Loyal, so their Facebook, you'll notice it's actually a different scale than ours. So we had, back in May, a really huge interaction with some of our posts and caused those views to go way up. So we're at that 30K scale, whereas they're at their 6K scale. So that's where you see a lot more variability in there, is just the scale of the graph. And I can't adjust the scale on the Facebook thing. They determine the scale. So, but you'll see they have actually started to get a lot more activity in this quarter, and they've kind of changed their styling of their posts compared to the way MTN was doing their posts. So that may be helping to drive some, and they've implemented some new things like blogs and other things as well. So you'll see they are doing more of a cartoonish infographic style that they're doing on some of these instead of MTN was using a lot of just real pictures on their posts. So people seem to be engaging more with these posts now. And so their highest post was one on just reminding people in September that we were still under the ban and to, honor the fertilizer ban. And so same with the second post, we're just kind of trying to remind people, and that was a reminder back in July. Then as for Sorrel, our Instagram, so you'll see that flat line in the interactions or engagement. And that is not that we didn't have any engagement. For some reason, Facebook was not reporting anything in that period. The last quarter, we had a flat line in just the month of January. And we had data all throughout February and April in their graphs. But when I went to pull the graphs this time, there was a flat line all the way through April. So I'm not sure why they're not reporting that data, and I couldn't find any way to pull it up. So, we were having interactions, it just isn't shown on the graph. And our top posts on Instagram, both of them oyster related. Oysters always tend to be popular in our posts, so people like those. And I think this is one of the first times our Instagram posts have hit the thousands. Most of our Instagram posts don't have as much engagement as Facebook, so they're usually in 300 to 500. So we're up over 1,000 with Happy National Oyster Day. And Lagoon Loyal, same thing with their Instagram. We have that same flat line that Facebook wasn't, or Meta is not reporting data for some reason, so I'm not sure why. And their top posts, one was about keeping chemicals and lawn debris out of storm drains during the rainy season, and then one of their programs, which if you remember from last presentation, their second highest post was a similar program that was done, I think, back in May. So this that Enviroscape and coloring program at the parks seems to be popular. As for our newsletter, at Fred's request, I changed the scale on that. So you're seeing from 0 up, and so you don't have to worry as much, Fred, when you see those little dips. I also put in, for the open rate, the national average, just to show where we're performing well above that. And with our newsletter, and just to remind you as before, we will see some spikes in the newsletter reach, and that's only dependent on the number of weeks we have, because we put one out each week, and this is a total of how many times we sent it out in the month. So you'll see ups when we have an extra week in the month. And our open rate on the HAB reports is, similar, a little bit lower, but it's still above average. And then just a reminder for anyone watching at home, if you want to sign up for our monthly newsletter, you can go ahead and sign up on our website, or use the QR code here. And same with Lagoon Loyal, you can go sign up on the Lagoon Loyal page for tips, and hopefully see the new website when it rolls out at the beginning of the year. Now, one thing I did want to talk about, because I know we, especially this month, we've had a lot of interaction on social media when we've been talking about muck. And just wanted to reiterate, since we do have a lot of new members, just the social media public records retention that we have to do. So on all the county web or social media sites, we have what's called Archive Social, and that captures anything that's said. So anything we say, anything you say on those sites, you don't have to ever worry about having to capture any of that. But as a member of the committee, if you are commenting on Sorrel business on outside sites other than the Sorrel site or Lagoon Loyal, so something outside the county, just remember that you are responsible for keeping a public record of that in case we ever got a public records request on those things. So if you're just talking about, lagoon health in general, you probably don't have to capture that or, trying to educate people on that. But if it's something that's committee related, something that you would possibly be voting on and you're discussing it outside of our pages on a different social media site, just take a screenshot of that, capture that, and you can either keep a folder of that yourself or, just send it to me, and that way I can put it in a folder, and if we ever get a public records request, and the county attorney can access that fairly easy if they need to. So just, wanted to put a reminder out there for that. And again, if you're just talking about the lagoon in general, you don't have to keep it, but it is nice if you're having discussions on other pages, even if it's not something you're voting on, if you just sometimes let me know, it helps me to gauge what the public sentiment is, because I know there's been a few pages where some things have popped up and some committee members have emailed me and said, hey, did you see what's going on in the post here? Because we don't have time to track all the different pages out there. And so if you can give me a heads up when maybe comments are blowing up and misinformation's out there, then I can oftentimes look at it and see if I can help dispel some of that. So I appreciate the heads up on that, if you do come across that. And if anyone doesn't know how to screenshot from your computer, it's pretty easy on the phones. But if you're working from a PC, the snipping tools, what I use, found that that's the easiest because you can just take a snippet of just the spot that you need. So you can either search for the snipping tool in your little toolbar on Windows, or Windows key Shift S brings it up. And then you can capture you just draw a box around what you want to capture and save it. It gives you options to copy it, save it, things like that. Or you can use the print screen function, and that just does a screen capture. So Windows key FN or function button in the print screen, and it'll save that screenshot to your pictures folder. There'll be a little folder inside of there called screenshots. So just FYI, because if you hit that, you don't really notice anything happens, and it just pops in and generates into that folder. It doesn't let you know. And then if you're on a Mac, I had to Google this, so I'm not a Mac person, but there's a few different ways with, Shift, Command, 5, 4, and 3, depending if you want to use a snipping utility like the snipping tool in Windows, just a screenshot, or, select an area or do an entire screen. So any questions?
Yeah, really. Go ahead, Dave.
I noticed this month, and I'm sure it's not just me, a little blurb came out. I think we have a great opportunity, so I'm bringing this up. A little blurb came out that we're going out, to get, extend from 26 to the money. In the contacts, I sent that out, without thinking. Oh, I'm sorry. I sent that out without thinking to, maybe 12 people that are on the water. I was amazed at the things coming back because of the interest. They saw that and they came back with other questions. So I think all of us during this time where we're hoping to get the money for the future, there's a lot of contact and people have a lot of interest. And I think back to Adams, we were talking about, the advertisement once, and he said, the fishermen want something about 3 items. They're not looking for 200 things. We have the conversation with them, you have 3 items, whether it's spraying, whether it's, so I think we have a great opportunity in the next 6 months or so with people on this. These things like this, it's all coming out obviously from somebody else. I passed, we had one last week, and I passed it out, like, 6 of those, and it, very simple. And a lot of people have an interest right now in what we're doing. So I applaud you, and we need help.
Yeah, and we'll be putting our annual report together at the beginning of the year and getting that out. And so that's one of our tools to get information out to people on the programs that have been done and what's planned for the future. So we have the ones from this year, stacks of them. If you need any of those, just let us know. We have them in our office, and you're welcome to help distribute them. And Laura Lee's distributed them for us before, and other people. If you have groups you're talking to and you need to bring a stack to the group, get in touch with us, and we're glad to give you those.
Okay, thank you.
Can you say something on that, just, or can we get just an opinion on how to go forward with just information distribution?
Yeah.
What, can you be more specific on what kind of, I mean, like he was saying, if they have materials that are prepared already that kind of describes, you can give that out. You can share information about
Right.
what you have learned here and what you know about the program. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I wanted to, fine line between them, but information and advocacy. So,
Yeah, the state rules, we just have to be careful advocating for people to vote for.
No.
But we can inform people what we've done and what we plan to do in the future. So those are all allowed.
thank you.
Could we get a brief on that, just in January, on that line? Just as we go into the year that it's actually going to be voted on, so that we know our parameters more specifically, because that's a little, I'm not sure if I ever share information that I don't come off as an advocate. It's just my style. So I would like to know, I don't obviously want to commit any crimes based on encouraging people to continue supporting the lagoon's restoration. But if there are specific lines that we should know about, I'd love to know them.
Yeah, there's a case out there and some judicial opinions about it. I can try to, boil it down a little bit better for you and maybe give you something in writing so you can have it to refresh it. But yeah, I can do that.
Thank you. I just wanted to make that point because there is a fine line.
I don't know the line, Don, so.
Okay, yes. Any more questions of Brandon? Or we have we're ready?
Yep.
Yeah, so, ready for the next. Thank you, Brandon.
Thanks.
You want to do the introduction?
Yeah, this is going to be Valerie Seidel, and she's the president of Balmaro? Yeah, group, and she presented this to the county commission on Tuesday, and it's an economic update of the ecosystem service valuation of the lagoon. And this is a shortened version of it. And we passed out the report, too. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. We appreciate the chance to share the results of this year-long study with all of you that I know is very near and dear to the hearts of the people in here. One of the things that we looked at in updating the economic impact study this time was really focusing on the ecosystem services that are provided by the lagoon system. And that included looking at things like how much flood water the natural lands retain compared to if they were no longer, in a position where they had the natural processes intact. So for example, we find that 940,000 acres of natural lands are retaining more than 100 billion gallons of floodwaters annually within the lagoon system. So that's 100 billion gallons of floodwater that if that land were no longer in its current state would not be retained and would be, in your homes and streets and so forth. 50,000 acres providing additional Coastal protection from storm surge and coastal processes, 360,000 acres, providing water filtration and purification. And so really important part of, in addition to things like, spending on, fishing and tourism and all of those things, is just keeping in mind that these natural processes that are provided by the system, in their absence, would have to be replaced by built infrastructure and really expensive treatment plants and that sort of thing. So we really wanted to start there. And our modeling looks at, we use a modeling set called INVEST, integrated something valuation for ecosystem services. Sorry, I just drew a blank. And it actually looks at the detailed habitats and vegetation that are there and the processes that they're providing versus if those were not there. And so what we find is that across all of these different ecosystem services, from aesthetic values to habitat to water quality and so forth, that the ecosystem services alone generate over $10 billion annually in economic impact. So really big numbers, but again, not surprising numbers when you think about the size of the lagoon and the regional impact that it has. So I'll talk about how we look at a couple of those ecosystem services. So firstly, going with the coastal protection. So this is a map. This is actually down at the county line near Tequesta, just right on the Martin County line there. And what you see here is just a zoomed in section where it's identifying mangroves and oyster beds, and these are from Fish and Wildlife GIS data, and finding that the coastal protection provided from coastal hazards with the natural processes intact generates about $250 million annually in ecosystem services that would otherwise have to be provided. And the projects that the IRL NEP is undertaking right now with the NOAA-funded restoration are expected to add another $8 million just from those individual projects. Similarly, on the water filtration side, we can look at what sort of nutrient retention is provided by these specific habitats and vegetation types and how that varies throughout the lagoon. So you can see here in this map, there's areas where, patches may be providing $50,000 worth of nutrient filtration versus $4.5 million worth of nutrient filtration. So it very much depends on what's going on in that area. But as a whole, there's about 360,000 acres of this habitat that provides water quality filtration benefits, totaling almost $500 million a year. And the projects that are undergoing, that are on their way right now, the NOAA-funded projects are expected to add another $38 million just from those. The habitat is a very important piece to Floridians. We all know that Floridians have routinely voted for environmental protection and trying to keep habitats connected. And we find that across the different habitat types throughout the lagoon, again, there's a map here showing how this varies from basin to basin, but all told, we find that the public willingness to pay, the public values for that habitat that is intact is over $1 billion. Now, these sound like big numbers. I recognize these sound like really big numbers, but these are actually lower bounds of many of these items. And then the aesthetic value, we look to aesthetic values through property prices. And so what we do in this case is we look at property sales transactions from Department of Revenue and the property appraiser, and we hold constant those things that would still be there if you paved over the lagoon. So if you have a 3-bed, 2-bath house with a pool in a certain school district, and you put it next to the lagoon versus you put it far away from the lagoon, we're able to statistically tease out what that premium is worth. And what you find is that in Brevard County, you're adding, in the homes closest to the lagoon, you're adding $350,000 in property value, all other factors being equal, but it varies by county. So for example, in Palm Beach, it's almost $1 million, all other factors being equal. And then that gradient shows how far out statistically we can see differences in values that are attributable specifically to proximity to the lagoon. So all told, in Brevard, that adds up to about $6 billion annually. So it's a big chunk of the $23 billion over the entire lagoon. And then we annualize that using a discount rate in terms of what that means to economic flows, because everybody doesn't sell their house every year, right? But there are things associated with ongoing home ownership that does generate value, and that annualizes to about $369,000 a year, $1 million a year. And then in the benefit cost analysis, we selected projects from the NOAA-funded list of restoration projects that are underway right now, and we worked with Dwayne and others at the NEP to pick projects that would be representative of that type, roughly representative, like not the most extreme case of each of these types, wherever possible, and throughout the lagoon. And so you see, for example, we've got a salt marsh example at Karen Bay, clam at River Breeze Park, and so forth. And we looked at the estimated cost, total costs, all in, over 10 years, including ongoing monitoring, maintenance, et cetera, versus their total benefits over 10 years. And so you can see, for example, in that first one, Salt Marsh, we expect the total costs to, complete that restoration and keep that intact to be total about $380,000 over 10 years. But the total benefits are about $2.8 million. And this varies widely across the different projects. So you can see here on the left there, the two really large projects, the Beacon Point and the Merritt Island impoundment. These are both impoundment removals. These are really transformative projects. So these are having large-scale impacts and large-scale benefits. But even if we took those two out that are such outliers, you're still at about an average cost-benefit analysis of 10, meaning for every dollar you're spending in restoration, the community is getting about $10 in benefits. All told, we find that the return on investment is about 24x. So for every dollar we're spending, we're getting back about $24 in benefits over a 10-year period in current dollars. And then finally, we did look at standard economic impact models. So this is the example of, a tourist comes into town, they spend money on a hotel, they spend money to charter a boat, whatever. And then we margin out the pieces that are not produced locally. So if you buy a gallon of gas, we don't produce gas here, so most of that money leaves the area. But those things that are produced locally and are consumed become part of the direct impacts of that spending. Those generate jobs in turn. And then those jobs, to a certain extent, generate additional jobs, particularly if you're talking about visitors, where that's spending that wouldn't happen otherwise. It's spending coming in from outside the local economic circle. And we model that out using software called Implant. And so what we find is that all told, the lagoon supports about 128,000 jobs that are dependent on the lagoon for being there. If you paved over the lagoon, those would not be there. That's generating about $8.3 billion in annual payroll. It's adding about $15 billion to your local GDP, or GSP, however you prefer to say that, but basically your overall economic impact. The total output is $26.9 billion without the property values. And you can see here how that teases out across the different sectors. So the recreation, the fishing, those sorts of things, that's generating a big chunk of those jobs. That includes your tourism and visitor expenditures. 75,000 of those jobs fall into there. The resource management itself is generating about 1,000 jobs. And in total, we come to that 128,000. And then for Brevard specifically, Brevard is capturing the majority of these benefits. And so if you look at the employment there, recall we just said 128,000 jobs across the entire lagoon. 80,000 of them are pegged back to Brevard County, with about $6.2 billion of annual payroll out of that $8.3 billion lagoon-wide. So Brevard really gets a big chunk of the benefits from the lagoon. And that, in turn, generates tax revenues. So about $637 million in state and local tax revenues, and about $1.6 billion in tax revenues that go back to the federal government from those activities that are lagoon dependent. And I will just state that we used very conservative values throughout. So, for example, in the commercial fisheries, And to be clear, this is people who fish for a living, not charter fishing boats and that sort of thing, but those bringing in fish to sell to a wholesaler for a restaurant and so forth. We use lagoon-dependent species. So we could have used broader numbers, and they would have been larger, but we used very conservative approaches across all of these, so there's no question that these can be tied back to lagoon. And any peer review or scrutiny will find that we chose lower bounds wherever there was an option to go lower or higher. For that reason, just to withstand scrutiny and peer review and make sure that the numbers are as credible as they can possibly be. And all of this data is available. So we have comparisons of 2012 to 2022 for most data. Some of it's only available 2019 forward, but it's out there on a dashboard. You can slice and dice it by industry, city, county, priority communities, whatever your particular area of interest may be. And that is out there at a dashboard that's open to the public right now. And there's a picture of the tax impacts, for example, where you could drill down to. Click on whatever you want, and it'll give you the numbers that you're interested in. So, a lot of numbers I just threw at you, but the takeaway is really, actually an important thing I wanted to point out for this group in particular. The natural resource management, this we found really interesting. So we were able to identify, through programs funded by Brevard County, by others, we were able to identify 450 funded resource management positions. Those jobs, through that indirect mostly indirect effects on the local economy, generated 1,000 jobs. And that's really important because that's saying that for every one job you're funding, it's generating almost 1.5 additional jobs. Whereas if you look at some of the other sectors, if you're funding one job, it's generating maybe another 0.3 or 0.4. So to fund an additional entire job largely is reflective of, the skill levels, but also the fact that all the stuff they're buying is pretty much local. That you're not importing as much stuff to do your resource management. It's also generating other local production. So really important little detail there that I meant to point out. But great return on investment for the public and great benefits to the community, and great demonstration of what is there for the ultimate restoration of the lagoon. So happy to take any questions. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, great, excellent. This is fabulous information. I definitely would love to see this shared as much as we can with the community, especially going into this upcoming year. Who funded this study? Who was your person? What initiated this?
So the NEP funded the study, and this was partly funded from some of that NOAA grant money, and then partly funded from recurring EPA funds. Right? Yeah. Good. Yep.
Dick.
Question. I not picking on the data at all because I'm sorry. I can't believe the number of boats that have been sold and records and people on the Indian River homes skyrocketed prices. At the same time, if I put in today at 5:20 to go fishing, there'll be 2 boats. There's nobody on the water. We live on the St. John's and Lake Poinsett, and I fished day before yesterday, and I saw 2 boats. How do you, and we see it outdoor things, hunting and fishing, it's gone way down. But at the same time, people are buying stuff and they're buying the homes. How do you rationalize that when you look at it? Because I obviously don't have a clue. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do, and it's a great question. And the way I would address that is that, for example, I pointed out the commercial fishing numbers that we used at lower bound. We stared at those a lot, because if you go back and look at the commercial fisheries numbers, at the aquaculture numbers, the clams and all of that, they just went off a cliff. When we first ran the numbers, it can't be that low. And so what I would say to your question is, this is current state. So if you rolled back 20 years
totally
when you had fish jumping out of the water and you had full boats, these numbers would be a lot higher.
And I'm not picking on that number, the fishing, it's just society is not an outdoor society, excuse me. For an outdoor person, it's not like it was. It's not, we came in one morning a year ago, and I may have told this group that we had 24 trout in 2 hours. And, and they weren't big trout. I mean, they were this size, but and that's not unusual for us in the winter. And then we look at the newspaper and they say there are no trout in the Indian River. And so, I'm not picking on it. I'm just saying, I'm
Sure.
just trying to understand it.
Sure. So a lot of the recreation numbers are coming from visitor counts. And so the
Okay.
visitor may only be here 5 days a year, but there's a lot of them.
Okay.
And then as well as surveys of Floridians. And so if you're one who says, no, I don't go fishing, I don't go hunting, you're not counted. But if you're one of those who does, then you are counted in that average spending.
Thank you, ma'am.
Laura.
A couple comments. First of all, Dick, in response to your observation, come up to Beacon 42 on a weekend, boat ramp, or
I know that.
there's definitely people on the water up in Mosquito Lagoon and the northern Indian River Lagoon. But we have seagrass up there. We have fish. Where you are, y'all don't have no seagrass here in the middle of the lagoon, and you don't have the fish populations that you once did. But there's a lot of people fishing up in the north end of the lagoon. I want to thank you for including the commercial fishing industry in your study, because at one point in time, commercial fishing, Brevard County was one of the most top producing counties in the state for commercial fish. And we had hundreds of families that commercial fished. And our numbers are low now, but it's also going to be very, very easy for you to track that number as the lagoon improves, because, they have to report their catches, and it's going to be really, really easy to see an improvement in the commercial fishing industry that's going to reflect the improvement in the condition of the lagoon. So I appreciate y'all including us. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I will say that those really high numbers on the 2 impoundment projects, reflects that the expectations of the improvement in the fisheries movement and the fisheries reproduction is expected to really be transformed because of those 2 projects. Great projects.
Any other questions?
I just raised two quick issues. One is, an N of 1 is always an N of 1. So, I think I sit in the backyard and I watch boats going up and down Sykes Creek, and I watch people renting boats over at near dolphins and and they're obviously visitors. But the other thing is, these reports are great, but in healthcare we have an issue, and the issue is that your blood pressure doesn't really matter to you unless you feel something different. And so we have these measures that we use to show what we've done with the lagoon, but those measures don't match what individuals are looking for and what gives them value. And we talk about the value in healthcare. What's the value of the patient? Well, for a Parkinson's patient, it could be that the drug keeps them from doing this, but that's not where it's really being measured. It's measuring the levels of something in their body. And so I think as we look at these kinds of data, we need to say to ourselves, how do we convert this to something meaningful to somebody, whether it's a fisher person or it's somebody who sits and watches the sunsets, et cetera, and give them something that is of value to them. And that's what I think we sort of missed a lot in terms of our, hey, it's great, we knocked out tons of nitrogen, we pulled tons of muck, but what's the impact or the value to the individual? And if we can come up with that language, I think we'll be in better shape.
Thanks. Thank you. I do have a comment from Dwayne, and I was wondering if Dwayne wanted to come up and talk now on this, or save it to the end.
Save it to the end.
Save it to the end. Okay. Thank you. I thought maybe you wanted to explain the IRL, the grant that you received, and the projects that are being done, and maybe the group is interested in that.
Well, thanks for the opportunity, but I will say now that if you want really good economic data, don't ask a marine biologist, ask an economist.
Was that on me? Thank you very much. I've heard that before.
Okay, so next up, I'm going to try to give you a little of where the swirl program is with our revenues and anticipated expenses. So this is the same graph that you saw a few minutes ago from Lori with our $488 million of collections. It's, you know, we try to show you 3 years of history and action on here so you can sort of see a trend. We show you the our projection, the state's projection, and then the actuals in purple. And because these numbers are so huge, it tends to all get on top of each other. It's hard to see. So the next slide, I've just taken the top line here and I've expanded the vertical axis so you can just see this year's revenues looking at the actuals in purple versus the projections in blue. And so we are going to talk about, you know, being above or below projections, but just overall, we are very, very close to our projections. We've been doing an extremely good job with projections year after year. And so we have collected, there's a several month delay between when you buy stuff in the store and when the store sends the money to Tallahassee, and then when Tallahassee figures out what came from what county and how much they owe back to the county and send it back to us. And so we have received our actual collections through the month of August. We have not yet received September, the end of our fiscal year. And so in the bottom cell there in yellow, I have tried to project what we think that we would collect in September. Up in the upper left, I'm projecting that we're going to collect $7.6 million, and that would result in a fiscal year shortfall of $88,000. So we've been doing these projections on top of a really wild time in the global economy of consumer price index and inflation, whatever. So when this program was started in 2016, you can see that the consumer price index and the personal expenditure. So when things cost more at the store, you tend to buy slightly less of them. You put less in your shopping cart. So CPI is how much does that same basket of goods cost. PCE is what do you actually put in your basket because you left a few extra cookies or whatever on the shelf. So that's why there's 2 lines there, and they're slightly different. But when we started this program, things were relatively constant, around 2% annual change in inflation, and then we've been through this crazy time, and we're still trying to come in for that soft landing. On top of that, and trying to forecast the future with that going on, the state of Florida made a number of changes to their sales tax law this last session, and those have really started rolling into effect since July 1. So we have for the last few years, we've had more sales tax holidays, and those sales tax holidays have gone from a week to a month or longer. And so school supplies, firearms, all sorts of outdoor gear, those have gone to much longer sales tax holidays this summer and fall. Effective July 1, we have a whole bunch of permanently exempt items: disaster preparedness, safety equipment, Florida parks admissions, and precious metals bullion. I don't know who's buying that, but It's tax exempt now. And then effective August 1, there's a whole lot more that go into permanently exempt. And then starting October 1st, commercial rentals will be tax-free. So we have received our July collections, and we've received our August collections. We don't know what's going to happen in October. So instead of just giving you that line graph of how things are going, this is July revenues for each year of the program. And so the blue bar on the right is the 2025 actual collections for July, and you can see that it was a good year. So despite all those sales tax holidays, despite some new programs, it was a good year. And so we were feeling confident. And then August came. And August was about 700,000 below what we expected it to be. So here's a handful of months. I cut out the quarterlies when we also did get a discretionary allocation back, which is very confusing and hard to look at. So I just gave you the months that are more constant through time. And you can see that last blue bar that represents 2025, I mean, sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low. This has been a highly variable year. So as we're trying to project what's going to happen in 2026, what are our revenues going to be, it is just extremely difficult to project. So I have relied on information from Tallahassee, from the state, and their projections of how this is going to impact sales tax. And I've spoken to our tourism director, Peter Kranis. Our tourism revenues in Brevard County are still really strong and growing. And so I'm trying to, use the state is saying things are going to come down, but the tourism is going up. And, how do we sort of, one offsets the other. So here is year on an annual basis, what were our projections versus what were our actuals. So this is by calendar year instead of fiscal year. So when you see 2025, that's through August collections and projecting, right? The state says we should project to see a 2.53% decrease, but because of how well we've done so far this year and what our tourism numbers are doing, I'm still projecting that we're going to be very, very close to what we thought. That may be bullish, we may not collect that much. I have revised our 2026 revenue down because, right, we're going to have all these permanent sales tax holidays all year long that didn't used to exist. So I'm projecting a small increase from this year, but it is a decrease to what was in the plan previously for what we would collect in 2026. Mm-hmm. So this is the percent change from one year to the next. So I'm still projecting a 2.43% growth for this year and almost no growth next year. It's actually 0.17, rounding to 0.02. And so what that means when you add all the years up with those projections is a 10-year total of $584 million, as opposed to our adopted plan is based on $585 million. So it's about a $1 million reduction in 10-year revenues. So that's the revenue side. We also have the cost side. So infrastructure costs have been going up dramatically. You can see this kicking in after COVID, after when there were all these investments in infrastructure at a federal level to try to bring our economy out of the slump. You see this dramatic increase in spending on infrastructure. The construction industry has not grown as fast as the demand for those construction services. And so that has driven prices up, as well as all the supply chain issues. So, I mean, so you can't just look at CPI because we're not buying groceries, right? We're buying concrete, we're buying steel, we're buying PVC pipe, we're repaving roads after we chop them up to put in the sewer line. And so you can see what these costs have been doing. Now, thankfully, they seem to be coming back down to reasonable levels recently, and so we can hope that that is not going to be too bad in the near future. Here's some different kinds of steel costs. You can see the variation in what's happening to steel costs. And so when I take all of that into account, I'm going to jump to that third line, $6.3 million. I think we need to expect projects to cost about the projects remaining in the plan that haven't been completed to cost about $6.3 million than what we previously projected. So we have the $1 million in revenue reduction and the 6.3 that I think we need to set aside from inflation. I'm about to turn this over to Terry. She's going to talk about this top line, the $20.2 million from projects that have been completed under budget or withdrawn. But the net of that is about $12.9 million that's available for you to consider reallocating towards the projects in the list for you today, plus another one that we're going to present on the agenda. So questions, yes?
First off, like I said way back when, your predictions of the revenue have been just unbelievable. I actually had set up a spreadsheet to every month track the change, and I said I quit. It's just not big enough. When you projected the 6.3 million, these projects are going out through 35. So did you consider that? Because that seems low.
Yeah, so we, yeah, you can come on up, but based on previous input from the committee in the past, we said, look, it's one thing if a project is delayed a couple years. We understand that happens. When a project is delayed more than 5 years, there may be management issues. And so we have said that we will inflate the funds available for projects based on the inflation over 5 years, whichever 5 years, when that project was added to the plan, those 5 years of planning and design and permitting and getting out to bid, right? Beyond 5 years, that's not the swirl program's problem. That may be something you want to revisit, but so that 6.3 assumes 5 years of inflation, not beyond.
Okay, thanks.
Anything more before we go to Terry? All right.
All right, I'm going to start off going over the project withdrawals and maybe not, hold on. There it is. And then I'm going to go ahead and go into the projects and the details on that, and then how we could potentially fund the requests. So as I mentioned in the progress report, we had a number of withdrawn projects. In the NIRL, we had the two Rockledge septic to sewer projects and the Cocoa stormwater project, and then the Scottsmore planted shoreline project. And in the central Indian River Lagoon, we had the Palm Bay Zone B septic to sewer project was withdrawn, and the Cove package plant connection to sewer was withdrawn, and that became, that total was $18.3 million from withdrawn projects. And then we had a few project savings that came in under budget from their Sorrel cost share. So in the NIRL, the Osprey sewer lateral repair project came in under budget at $171,000. South Central C septic to sewer saved $1.7 million. And then the Basin 22 Huntington bioreactor saved $40,000. All of those savings were from additional grant funding that the entities received. The McNabb Outfall Bioretention Project didn't use their inflation. It was only $300. And then the West Arlington Denitrification Project came in under $29,000 from the Sorrel budget. That equals $1.9 million. So when you add up all that together, it comes out to the $20.2 million that Virginia just mentioned. So when you add all that together, this is just kind of to reiterate how we got to the $12.9 million. And then on the right here, I have it broken down by sub-lagoon because we want to substitute like-for-like projects. So a North IRL stormwater project for a North IRL stormwater project. Okay, so here's the project table that everybody received in their packet. I want to explain first how this was organized and ranked, because this is the ranking of the projects. So the green column here is the cost share eligibility. So the most cost-effective projects are ranked higher. The next ranking system was the total cost in dollar per pound of total nitrogen. And then it went to TN reduction, so highest to lowest there. We had a total of 14 project applications to review. We had 11 new and 3 revisions. And we have a total of $5.1 million in requests. So I'm going to start going over some of the project details, and then we do have a lot of applicants here, so I have, if there are particular questions that I can't answer, they may be able to answer them for you.
Can I ask one question on these? I know you talked about funds and like-for-like by zone. What about like-for-like by total nitrogen reduction?
That's considered but not in the ranking here. So that's ultimately a goal.
Are these 16 that are proposed essentially similar to the ones that were withdrawn in terms of total nitrogen reduced?
No. Yes and no, because there are septic to sewers that can replace septic to sewers. Are they $9 million worth? No.
Well, for example, I mean.
Yeah, some of the old projects that have been withdrawn are at lower nitrogen, dollars per pound of nitrogen than what the committee approved to offer in this round of new applications.
I'm just wondering in terms of
But it would still
gross.
be on the order of magnitude of a septic to sewer project or stormwater project.
So on a gross basis, they're close, because I saw a couple in here that were like 6 billion, 6,809, and 4,000, and I don't see a lot of big ones in here. Just wondering, when you total those up and you total these up, how it looked.
I didn't look at that comparison.
Okay.
But that's something we can look at.
I think it would be mostly comparable for this $5 million worth of requests. It would not be comparable for the last piece of new business.
Got
So
it.
if you
That's what I
wanna
was wondering. Okay,
bring it up,
thanks.
then, yeah, that would be a
Okay.
good time to.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question? Would you prefer to get through the whole list first?
Yeah, do that.
Yes, so my strategy here is to go over each of the projects, and then we can ask questions on any of those projects, and then go into how we can fund these projects. That's the way I've got this set up.
That's a better way to do it. Thank you.
Okay, so first, we have the countywide vegetation harvesting 3. This project plans to harvest 3 million pounds of aquatic vegetation in the North Indian River Lagoon. They want to start in the chain of lakes ponds, these are the ones on the right, and the hospital pond there, and then this move over to the Merritt Island Pond just south of 520. This will remove 4,525 pounds of total nitrogen at $114 per pound and is eligible for $515,000. We have the Coconut Point Shoreline Stabilization and Living Shoreline Enhancement from Hub SeaWorld Institute. This is to construct a 500 linear foot of planted shoreline and is anticipated to reduce 34 pounds per year of total nitrogen at $259 for an eligibility of $8,800. Next up is the Cove Package Plant Upgrade. So as mentioned before, this was previously approved to connect the package plant to sewer. We had secured $1.1 million in state grants for this project, but the homeowners association withdrew because of the cost to construct that project. So they have since submitted for a package plant upgrade that would reduce total nitrogen by 23 pounds per year at $431 for an eligibility of $9,900. Next up, we have our oyster restoration projects. We had 2 of these submitted. The first is the ZIP project in the central Indian River Lagoon to construct a 500-square-foot oyster bar to reduce total nitrogen by 20 pounds per year at $475, and they had a higher eligibility, but they suggest the cost is going to cost $5,500. The second one is the Brevard Zoo North IRL Oyster Project 5. This is to construct 65,000 square feet of oyster bar in the North Indian River Lagoon for 2,600 pounds per year of total nitrogen reduction and is eligible for $1.2 million. Next, we have our first stormwater project. This is the South Street and US 1 baffle box submitted by the City of Titusville. This will install a baffle box with media to treat 202 acres and reduce total nitrogen by 698 pounds per year and is eligible for $400,000. Then we have the Knox-McCrae baffle box, also submitted by the City of Titusville to treat 168 acres. Very similar, also baffle box treating with media, and is eligible for $328,000. Next up, we have the Basin 212 East Main project submitted by Brevard County Stormwater. This is a ditch denitrification project that will treat 140 acres, reducing total nitrogen by 656 pounds per year for $376,000. This is our first revision. This is the Brevard County Basin 1124 on Elliott Drive in Merritt Island. They're requesting an additional $195,000 as engineering updates have revised the project to reduce a total of 617 pounds per year for a total cost. The total project cost share would be $354,000, but it was previously approved for $158,000 in SORL funds. And the previous TN reduction on that was 533 pounds. Next, we have our golf course, Cocoa Beach Golf Course Floating Islands. This is also a revision. They're revising the project for an additional $49,000. The project was originally approved to reduce 90 pounds per year at $38,000. So they dug into the data a little more and determined that there will be up to 152 pounds per year of total nitrogen reduction, bringing that total cost share eligibility up to $87,000. This is the City of Cape Canaveral submitted the Fillmore Avenue Streetscape project. This will install a rain garden and assist with flooding over 11 acres. It will reduce total nitrogen by 60 pounds per year and is eligible for $34,000. We have one muck dredging project that was submitted. This is the Tequesta Harbor Revitalization Project. This will remove approximately 3,200 cubic yards of muck for 68 pounds per year of total nitrogen reduction and is eligible for $41,000. We have two septic to sewer projects that were submitted. This one is South Central A. This is a revision. This project is currently approved and underway for $6.5 million for 3,600 pounds of total nitrogen reduction, but the latest engineering estimates or engineering has determined that it's cost effective to add an additional 28 properties, the ones in the black line there, to the project area, bringing the connection total from 101 to 129. So, and that would add an additional 1,663 pounds of total nitrogen reduction for a total cost share of $8.2 million. And then our last project here is the South Tropical Trail Cadillac Drive Septic to Sewer Project in Merritt Island. And this will connect 6 homes, reduce total nitrogen by 162 pounds per year for $251,000. Questions?
Fred, do you want to take off? Or?
Sure. But I'm sorry, but I have them on all of them. So,
Do we want to go back to maybe the first project?
yeah, go to the first one. That's exactly, that's the way to do it.
that.
Absolutely. No, and I'll stop at one and we'll go there. I know that counties tend to not have a ton of staff. And so is there staff to do this work? That with the new device and stuff?
Yes.
And then that 3 million pounds, is that based on working every day? How did they sort of come up with that number?
They have gotten very good at estimating their numbers and been much more efficient. So with this funding, they've been able to buy more efficient tools to get into some of the harder to reach ponds or deeper or shallower, depending on the conditions, and get that hard to reach vegetation. So they have become much more efficient at that to work quicker. So last quarter, we presented that the unincorporated county-wide vegetation harvesting project 2 completed within a couple of months when that was expected to take a year or more.
Great, okay, thanks.
And
Yes, go ahead.
they've always underestimated how much vegetation they're going to harvest. They've always over-delivered.
Great.
And yeah, those over-deliveries are notated in the project plan, the updated project plan every year.
Aaron?
A comment in support rather than a question. In addition to the nitrogen removal, contaminants.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, glyphosate's in every single fish that's been sampled. So that's pretty major, and that's a legacy effect also. I also think it's, when you guys talk about the nitrogen removal, I think it may be helpful in instances like this to compare it to status quo. So like when we spray, all that vegetation dies, and all those nutrients go right back in. And then because of the nutrients, new stuff comes in. So I think the value added is even a bigger number than what you're talking about as far as removal. And so for projects like this, I think that's a really big one to focus on.
I do. Go ahead.
I've said similar in regards to actually quantifying the amount of good that these particular mechanical harvesting projects do, because you're not putting the spray in, you're not leaving the dead vegetation to rot at the bottom, not just removing the actual living, issues that are still there within plant matter. So I agree, and I think that's something that we should definitely revisit, especially if we do put in parameters on other entities that we can offer them, share of cost for the actual equipment. You've said that you've been able to upgrade into better equipment, and then actually those numbers, how much they're actually taking out. I would love to see that data when you get to a part in the program where that's different. Again, with conservative numbers, I really think that is a huge understatement of what's actually being removed from any kind of mechanical project, so.
It'd be really nice if we could push this into the commercial sector and have harvesting in the commercial sector.
But I think it will naturally, even just having the county as an example and the different cities and municipalities, different entities that actually mandate no more spraying, to have those come up, and they have. I mean, Nick was there when Satellite implemented that ban, or alternative use, instead of using the word ban, if anyone gets their toes stepped on. But Cape Canaveral's done it. There's so many places that have done it, and it's been successful. I personally don't know of any failed projects that include mechanical harvesting that just didn't go well. Maybe some that couldn't start. So definitely a lot of revisiting to this into the next year, and maybe before July, we could put out a heads up that says we may be in the next process or the next call for projects in the year or two, requesting or requiring that this be a parameter that you follow. So in July, when their project is ready to launch and they haven't considered mechanical harvesting at all, they won't be surprised, and not funded for that, so.
Rick?
Yeah, just question on how is this different than the stormwater fees that the county collects to do regular maintenance and work?
So these are initial project ponds for the Save Our Lagoon program to fund, so we don't go back and do maintenance harvesting if it's already been funded through the soil program.
So their maintenance funds were being used to cover the cost of herbicide. And the program wanted to promote the use of vegetation harvesting. So the way this program was set up was that the program would pay for the initial harvesting of any pond that, you know, people applied for. But after that, they have to take on the responsibility.
So transitioning from, okay, got it, thank you.
Charlie?
And just kind of sum it up to what Kimberly, we're saying there's a liability reduction too when you go to mechanical harvesting versus the biocide. And most of the people who have been awarded large lawsuits and are those who applied it. So it's the, the employees. So I think it would help the, I don't know how to get into quantify that, but there would be a reduction and the county would benefit from that as well.
Okay, I'll move to the next project.
Ready to move on to the next one?
Okay. Coconut Point, and we do have Dr. Ebel here if there are any questions on this one.
I had a quick one. Somewhere in the proposal, it says something for planning only in parentheses. Does that, it doesn't, but you're claiming some reduction of nitrogen, but this is just the planning document, and it's $122,000 for planning? Is that correct?
That is what Jeff submitted. You could speak on this if you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like to make a comment?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce the project. It is, so this is a design engineering project. The total price you're seeing is related to all the design engineering for flood protections and shoreline restoration and potential wave attenuation as well, and seagrass outplanting. So it's a comprehensive project. The eligibility that you see there is related specifically to the proposed living shoreline restoration. And so this is a site that's, if you're not familiar with it, is down in central IRL, just south of Publix, right in the middle of the Coconut Point Sanctuary, which is Environmental Endangered Lands Sanctuary, so that's county sanctuary. And this property was developed before we took it over in roughly 2009 was when we moved in there. And you can see barely there's an old seawall. And on the top picture, you can see ongoing erosion of both our property and the adjacent sanctuary property. And so we're working the full comprehensive project is working to try and mitigate those issues because we're actually losing habitat both on our property where we had actually planted a living shoreline in 2019. That's doing quite well, but is not fully protecting the property. But we're also losing habitat, shoreline habitat in the sanctuary, including mature cabbage palms that have been there for 100 years, and so we have the potential with partnership with the county to actually mitigate that and improve this area, both for the shoreline habitat, but also for the lagoon and for fishermen who are regularly working that area as one of the few remaining undeveloped areas along the lagoon, in the central lagoon.
Yeah, Jeff, could you just introduce yourself to all the members?
Yep, my apologies, yes. I'm Jeff Ebel. I'm the Florida Program Director with Hub SeaWorld Research Institutes. We're a small nonprofit. We've been working in the area for about 20 years on marine mammal stranding response and research. And then we're branching out now with help with partners like Brevard Zoo and other groups to do seagrass restoration and then to actually expand those programs even further. Because we're trying to address major issues we're seeing with the lagoon and related impacts on dolphins in particular.
And yeah, John hit part of my question, which was, this is for planning.
It is.
Do you have the funds to actually do the project, or are you looking to find those funds, or where are you
No,
at?
so we still have to chase the funds for actually doing the project. This is to get us to a point where we have a shovel-ready, permitted project planned to then be able to be better positioned for securing the funds for the construction. In the construction, we have Tetra Tech that's working with us already on the design engineering. The project was funded by the design engineering was funded by the Indian River Lagoon National Estuaries Program. But since we submitted the proposal a little over a year ago, we've seen increases in costs, and then we've also we've run into personally some, Hubs as an organization has run into some challenges with cash to meet a match that we had in that original grant, simply because we've seen such dramatic changes in our federal funding. So we're just trying to adapt to a changing funding ecosystem in order to keep projects like this moving forward. And we appreciate any help you all can provide.
Oh, and I think maybe your question, Fred, how did you quantify, if it's just the planning, and I love this project, by the way, I'm full support of this project, but how did you quantify the amount of total nitrogen based on just a paper document type?
So the contract will be written to where they have to complete the project too. So, and it's based off of the nitrogen removal of 500 feet of shoreline.
Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, just more of a comment, and that's for any of these going forward, is that if we have something like this, which is, I like the project too, by the way, we need a timeline on when these projects get started and completed, because I've seen a lot of these are just hanging forever, and you can't use the money if it's just sitting there. So if we can get that built into our contracts, I'd like to see that, if we could.
Yeah, it is built into the contracts, but,
some aren't contracted, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, following up on that, so those kind of costs for shoreline stabilization, restoration are pretty high. So do you have an estimate of, if you could do that today, what they would be? And then you can figure out the 5% or whatever per year increase, and then how long it'll take. It's kind of going back on this, the timeline, but also this is an investment.
It is.
Right? And so it's an investment in what? Because then the total nitrogen removed isn't based on this number.
No,
It's
you're
based
right.
on the, I don't know, I'm going to throw a number out, $3 million is going to cost to do all that restoration.
No, you're very right. I mean, I think the $3 million would be related, that's obviously a high guess. And we wouldn't be anywhere near that. And I think even those high guesses are estimates are related to the full project, which includes components that wouldn't be relevant here. You know, and even the design engineering, the total cost of design engineering includes components of the project that aren't quite relevant to here, which includes some protection for us from flooding, as you can see, is already an issue even with the small storms we've had just over the last few years. So, you know, as far as timeline, well, we don't have an estimate of the cost because we don't actually really know what features are going to be included in the conceptual plan and then in the final plan. That's going to be determined based on advisory meetings with a few key groups and partners that have a lot of experience, including the folks from Brevard Zoo, have a lot of experience with these sort of projects to make sure that we're applying the best current technologies and approaches, and then also obviously professional consultations with Tetra Tech, who have a lot of experience with this sort of thing. So yes, it's a long-term project, it's an investment, and these nitrogen mitigation deliverables will not be reached until the project is fully completed. But we can phase it. We could move forward with the living shoreline components and work on the offshore component as separate points, depending on what the best advice is and how funding is as well.
Can I interject? So obviously, this is a bit of a diversion from what you normally see, right? Planning only. But the committee has approved a few projects in the past to proceed with planning when there wasn't enough money to proceed with all the way through construction, you know, to get a project to shovel ready. So that's why we went ahead, we included it on the list for you all to discuss. The eligibility there, that $8,800, that is based on what we've paid per pound for other living shoreline projects. And so, you know, if everything else fell apart, for $10,000, you should be able to plant 500 linear feet of shoreline. Hubs has been in this community for 20 years. You know, I think they're very seriously committed to this project and probably have the resources to come up with $10,000 to complete 500 feet of shoreline. But that's a staff assessment, and this is, you know, for you to to discuss and make a recommendation.
Plus it's protecting county property.
Yes, it is, with abutting the Coconut Point Sanctuary.
Yes. Any other comments, questions? John?
I asked the first question about, I brought this up, and so I am supportive of the project too. I'm a non-voting member, but that's why I'm voicing it now. I'm in support of the project too. I was just concerned about the issue of, have we done this? I was going to ask, have we done this before? And Virginia's already addressed that we have. And the other thing I was going to say, it's only $8,000. So, you know.
Right. The one that comes to mind was $800,000 that went towards a future septic to sewer project, yeah.
Go ahead.
Since I'm a Hub's trustee, do I need to fill out a conflict of interest form? I'm certainly not going to benefit financially from this.
You don't have a personal conflict, but we could fill out a form and just get included in the next, in the minutes. We can take care of it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Laura Lee. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah. Thank you all, I really appreciate it.
Okay. Any questions on the Cove package plant upgrade?
Sorry. Package plants, I stated before, I wasn't a real fan of doing anything with wastewater treatment plants, but I think you said it was to help with nitrogen reduction in the treatment plant. Why have they not done it before asking the soils?
They were trying to connect to sewer. We secured about $1.2 million in funding for them. But the project costs were coming out to be about $2.5 million. And so that's why this is a community of 40 homes, so they couldn't afford that.
Right.
So now they're looking to upgrade the plant instead.
So upgrade the plant, is there a little more detail on what that is? Is that is it AWT?
It's like a big septic tank, like a...
That's a package plant, is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I know a little bit about utilities, sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, package plant, and you too. Yeah, I'm not understanding, what's the cost for the 40 folks?
Oh, I
This?
think the project cost was over $500,000. It's in the short
And if we
form.
don't do it, what happens?
They will be paying for it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of approving something like that personally. I just don't understand why we'd be putting money at something that should have been taken care of.
Put a reality check on this. This would be no different than paying or what we're doing already for septic tank upgrades. Very equivalent to that.
A little different. I think a little different in the sense of the septic tanks are, people are going to continue pumping their septic tanks and have them treated rather than be put on a sewer system that is removing that nitrogen. This is something that, in my mind, that a utility is responsible for making sure that the treatment is done and the upgrades are done by state law. The state dictates AWT.
I'm sure.
If somebody's not doing it, not paying attention to what the state is telling them or the federal government is telling them, why does that fall on Sorrells to pay for that to happen? I think money's better spent on dredging and this vegetation than paying for people to fix their sewer plants. That's my opinion.
Well, this is a managed sewage treatment plant, though, so it's
Well, managed, quote, I mean, if they haven't done the management, they would have had the money to do this, by adjusting the rates periodically to make sure you pay for upgrades. That's how a utility, in my mind, should run, is that you know that the plant lasts 30 years. Over those 30 years, you come up a little bit, put money in a savings account. It's called a reserve to pay for things like this that happen. You don't wait for it to fail and ask somebody else for the money. Just how I look at it.
So,
And just to
this total is $99,900, and this is exposed, open, says above ground, potential
The
to flood.
package plant is, this facility has a spray field. It goes kind of along the top black line there. It's where the spray field is.
Could we take a pause and identify exactly the package plant and define spray field? Just so that it's in this conversation specifically for anyone that's
Define
interested.
package plant?
Spray field.
Spray field. So it's, a package plant is like a small wastewater treatment facility, and then that water is either dispersed via like irrigation, so that's happening along near that top black line there for this area, or going into a rib, as Virginia mentioned earlier, is more like a pond system for that water to go to.
I can add to that if you'd like.
Yes, he's the expert.
And in this location, that's being discharged directly into the lagoon, and that's what they're wanting to mitigate, or they just want to upgrade the system and keep it as a spray plant or spray field? The second?
Your second option, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So the spray field, the irrigation on that, typically in a package plant, is a lot lower standards than your wastewater plants. They have basically a secondary treatment, and then that water goes out at a lot higher nitrogen levels than the other standard wastewater plants where they have reduced, like nitrogen, for instance, 20 might be allowed, 10 parts per million might be allowed. In a package plant spray field versus reclaimed water, you're allowed less than 5 parts per million. So it's a big difference.
And if you would elaborate, you mentioned that they have regulations they have to follow already. These are state mandated
Yes.
laws, federal
Yeah.
regulations. So they have to do this whether we provide any funding at all.
For capacity and for upgrades, yes.
And even though it's a negligible amount at under $10,000, it's a precedent, and it also shows what we will and will not fund.
That's,
where-
in my mind, yeah.
Thank you.
And, again, just because it's $10,000 isn't the issue, I think it is a precedent and a capability of oversight here. When was the plant brought online? What has the annual performance been? How much have they invested to date? Those would be very compelling arguments as well. If they've been doing a really good job for 25 years, then that's a different issue than if they had just put it in 10 years ago, didn't put reserve funds aside. So it's difficult to make decisions without some of that data. So we would fund them 10,000. They're paying the rest, $490-something thousand. So what's the risk to the lagoon if that sucker overflows?
It already does.
For $10,000, right. So they're paying 90-some-odd% of this, and we'll add a little 9,900. Maybe they could come up with the 10 themselves. I don't know, but that's not that. I just don't think that's a large number. So, not too worried about that. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So how is this any different than funding septic tank upgrades? Because it's the same essential source in that it starts with sewage before it becomes reclaimed water. And so how is that different? I understand, I completely agree with you on the individual responsibility, but you could also say, why didn't somebody upgrade their septic tank the last time they had to have it pumped? So I think this is a minimal amount, and there are regulations coming on septic tank owners as well. So maybe we want more information on that, but I don't understand the difference in trying to remove this source from the river. I know we don't like reclaimed water for lots of reasons today. It was not always environmentally unsound, or the thinking was that it was actually better to apply treated wastewater. We know that's not good today. So why would we not take that into consideration in looking at this project? It's the same ultimate source.
My personal opinion on that is just because it's a commercial entity versus a private homeowner, but honestly, if Anthony or Brandon have insight, I know that is their particular baby, if you will. Sorry, hey, what's up? If you could give us insight in what the difference is to respond to Deb's question, like the private homeowner versus the commercial plant?
Well, this is a private package plant. So it is, the maintenance entity is really the HOA, who then hires a company to do that.
That's important.
It is also very, a small generator, or a very small capacity, so it does not need to meet the AWT requirements as outlined in the B maps.
Yeah.
Say that?
I was just asking if Mike was on. So those are two very important factors, definitely, that it is still a homeownership type entity, and that they don't have the same regulations that.
Yeah, they have
I can take a
wastewater
shot at that
regulations.
too, if you like.
Sure.
The difference is that homeowner has a septic tank, and that's, they maintain it or choose not to, but if the city comes in and runs a line, now they've got control over it, a municipality like that. Package plants notoriously have, like in a homeowner association or something like this, they have just for that community. And their board decides their budget. And an operator will come in and say, we need to upgrade this plant. Well, we're not going to spend that money. Not saying this one is, but typically, my experience has been. And you have these private entities come in here real cheap to run these things, and this is what happens when it goes on for years, where the homeowner association doesn't want to spend the money to do the upgrades. The operator will tell them they need it, and then they just don't do it, don't invest then. And then they're looking for help at this point. Now, a lot of times, like in my experience has been, we've gathered those small package plants up, we put the big lines in and run to regional plants, and you have a municipality that does that job of looking at the future, planning, putting the money aside where it needs to be, and doing it right. So that's just why I've got that heartburn.
I understand, and I believe that as ratepayers and utility consumers, we do not do enough to understand and ask what we should be expecting our utility professionals and their leadership to do to reserve for future asset needs, et cetera. But this is essentially a homeowners group, an HOA, who is operating a small system, and the cost to go to sewer completely at this stage of the game is it's not affordable for them. So do we not help them a little bit to do something? Because they still, to Fred's point, have 90% of the funds that they're going to have to raise to do something that's going to improve and reduce their impact. I think that philosophically I agree with you, but on this particular project, we are cleaning up decades of really things that shouldn't have been done and trying to put more science into the decision-making for the future. If we abandon this community, I don't think that's a good precedent either, considering that we're helping lots of other folks to correct these behaviors from the past. I personally think the more regional our sewer systems and wastewater treatment systems are, in many cases, we get better outcomes, and they're costly. But we're in this situation because we don't want to face, I think, as ratepayers, a lot of the actual costs and do the full business case analysis of what it does cost to protect and what it does cost to clean up if you look around the country at big water bodies that have been in the situation we're in now that we're trying to correct. But I don't think we're going to fix that by not being a little bit more generous with considering the fact that this group is trying to do a little bit to help us, and they're going to have the biggest share of the cost.
From the fishing perspective, you can tell after even just a moderate rain, you can tell where these package plants are. You can see the change in water clarity. There's some spots, Virginia and I have talked, and Dwayne and I have talked about a couple areas that are just chronically algae blooms.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to name names here, but if you talk to a dozen fishermen who fish, say, south of the Melbourne Causeway, they could tell you without seeing the developments where the package plants are. So I think, I agree with you that we're kind of dealing with a legacy effect of people who didn't do their jobs 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, and it sucks. But if we continue that, we're just kicking that can down the road. But if you can see, just after a moderate rainfall, the immediate ecological effects, I think that we're in a bit of a crisis situation. the county's doing a fantastic job with septic to sewer, upgrading wastewater treatment plants, but especially in unincorporated counties in the south and some places in the northern RL, these package plants are, I mean, they're everywhere. And they're, as you said, they're not well managed. They haven't been for decades, which sucks. But this is a particular case, but in the next 5-10 years, we're going to be seeing this a lot. So I think we have to think strategically about how we're going to deal with it. Because if those handful of houses have to pay $2.5 million to upgrade, it's just, cost of living type of thing.
Yeah, I just say that when you, and now I lost my thought, I'm sorry, but when we're thinking about this issue, and it comes to mind, there's another one that, up in Merritt that I discussed with Virginia that they actually refused to convert. And I think this is where I would hope at some point, and I don't know if it requires legislation or what, be able to say, and for the next 10 years, you will maintain this to standards so you don't get into this situation again, and have those kinds of things within agreements. I don't know if we can do that or not, probably not.
Just a quick question. What does the upgrades entail? Is it capacity, or is it I&I, or is it special treatment? What is that?
It's actually a replacement to just bring up to better standard system.
So the overflows that you talk about when it rains is not a treatment problem. That's a infiltration and inflow infiltration. That's their sewer collection system. I don't care how much your improvement is. If you've got that flow coming through, it's going to blow right through it anyways. So, I mean, if you guys are dead set again on doing this, but that's not going to fix the problem.
No, we tried very hard to help them connect to central sewer, right? The committee
answer.
approved funding for central sewer. We used that funding to apply for DEP grants and doubled the money that was available to them to connect to sewer. But as Terry explained, the cost to implement that sewer line, it's several mile run to bring sewer to them, is $1 million or so more than the funding that we could pull together for them. And so they have withdrawn from connecting to sewer and are asking for help to replace their old package plant.
That would have been money well spent.
There are about 24 private package plants in the county, so in terms of setting precedent, there could be another couple dozen of them that line up with similar requests. So, this is the kind of thing you all need to debate.
But what is, if they do nothing?
Kurt.
That's Kurt.
It's Kurt.
What is the impact if they do nothing with all of those package plants? That's really the question. We can't fix every legacy problem to the extent that we might want to.
More is better than less.
In my opinion.
Less is better than
But
less.
what is the impact if there is a do-nothing strategy for those plants? Because we don't have the regulatory tools, as I understand it, within this program to force them to do something and spend money they don't have.
Just an idea, and I can hear Kurt wanting to weigh in. I mean, the committee could set a standard, right? You could say that we will only support funding for private package plants if you would meet a, 5 milligram per liter, or, pick a standard.
And some percentage.
That is above and beyond what the state permit requirements would be.
Can you work on something like that?
Yeah.
Do we want it to be above state requirements or match? Because we don't want to set, he said match, but and also with Virginia.
That's a good idea.
I take that. No, I'm glad. That didn't come out right. No, yes, but I agree. So to match would be something to make sure, but wouldn't they already be needing to get to that criteria already? So we wouldn't actually be doing anything different, just saying, hey, are you following the regulations that are already imposed on you?
So to Deb's point, just like we're helping the septic owners get to the new standard.
Correct.
We would be helping the private package plants get
Yes.
to
I
the current
see
standard.
that as no different.
Could, I know Kurt's up there waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and get Kurt. Kurt, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh a little bit. From my perspective, something like this needs to be decided on a case-by-case basis. And I think in this particular case, from a cost benefit, it's the minimum cost with the least benefit. I don't think we'd be out of line if we supported it. And again, if we do it on a case-by-case basis, we're not getting ourselves into any kind of a dangerous space going forward.
You two can work between, within your lane and develop a standard if you want to. I mean, if you want to recommend that, you can certainly do that.
Bridget, how would I do that? Would you talk to you about it and then bring it to the next meeting?
Right, we could bring it back in the January meeting.
Okay, I'll talk to you next week then.
And again, this, like you mentioned, they tried to do even better upgrades. This isn't just a low-hanging fruit that they're trying to get now. There's been so much work done on this particular project already to improve that quality. So again, not setting a precedent and having the opportunity to approve each project individually. And to Deb's point, I think it's been a great conversation. Lots of good points were made.
We've got several other
I
projects.
think that,
to go.
again,
Had a
like
group.
Kurt said, 10,000 for what they've already invested and what they're bringing, the 90% share in this particular circumstance for that legacy load, I think that it would be a justifiable
80% share,
expense.
but it's close.
Terry, you need to pick it up. You're holding things up here.
I will just add there, for this, since there was the comment about, taking this on a case-by-case basis and previous questions about the history of this specific location. So when this development happened, the county commission wanted them to connect to sewer, but it wasn't possible at that time. And there were a whole lot of meetings, a whole lot of public discussion saying that, okay, you can proceed with your development, put in a package plant now, you must connect to sewer when we can make that available. And so the HOA, folks within that HOA have been pushing and pushing and pushing for decades now to try to make that connection available. And this was the latest. They've gone through hearings for setting up municipal service benefit or taxing units that have failed because the cost was just more than the homeowners were able to take on at that time. So, there is a history of wanting this to connect to sewer, of trying to connect to sewer, if that makes a difference.
Can we move on now?
And let me just correct my error, it's 1.9%. Sorry about
We're
that.
going to move on.
All right, we have our 2 oyster projects that are up next. Any questions on these?
What's the effectiveness? I unfortunately was virtual when the presentation was made about a couple of the specific sites on number of spat that survived and whatnot, but we have a estimated cost of nitrogen removed, but I'm not aware of any actual data showing that's projected, right? So, there's a bar that looks just like that, not too far south of Melbourne Causeway. It's been there for a while, and I fish there a bunch. I don't see anything growing on it. I see tunicates and other stuff that filter. So, kind of going back to this type of thing, can we attach some kind of requirement to oyster restoration is tough, and I know seeing some of Brevard Zoo's old work, some oyster reefs work and some don't, and they still don't understand why. So it seems to me we ought to put into our evaluation of whether or not to fund these some kind of requirement for them to show us what the effectiveness is, so we can see what our payoff on the investment actually is.
There is minimum requirements, and those have been put into place, so.
Right, but, from what I've seen in the different reports, say at the NEP STEM committee, I'm seeing a lot of areas that the oyster reefs are just, there's nothing, and that's just shell. And if you're looking in Lagoon, that's overwhelmingly dependent on seagrass. When you put in shell, you're actually removing habitat.
So
Right,
the
so there's-
Brevard Zoo does monitor all their projects and
Right.
reports that to us. And to the point of, some of their older projects, and we're not sure why.
Right.
A lot of the older projects were bag projects, sedimentation problems. Part of the reason why Terry mentioned earlier, we're kind of holding on Banana River Lagoon we're monitoring recruitment throughout the lagoon, waiting to build bigger, larger projects there, checking for recruitment levels. So yes, some of those older reefs, we compare them to, we have habitat suitability index with success metrics. So yes, some of those older ones are not necessarily hitting those success metrics, but most new construction is way beyond what we determined for success for our oyster bars.
And so
You just had those statistics. It was like 10 out of 11 were meeting the success targets for grams of live oyster per square something or other.
Yes.
And one was meeting the minimum success criteria, not the, we feel confident about this, but
Right.
that it's worth, keeping and maybe doing a little bit more seeding to try to help it get to where
Right,
it's
there's a
sustaining
project
success.
They recently did to address that, yeah. So with the older reefs that didn't work, and again, thinking about seagrass, so from a fishing perspective, if I'm pulling a shoreline and I come along to what's basically a sediment-covered oyster reef, that's terrible fishing habitat. There's nothing there. Whereas if that wasn't there and seagrass is coming back, it is a good fishing habitat. So kind of going back to the effectiveness type of thing, let's say if we were in, let's just use an example because we have a project there, Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. If we put something in the water, at the end of the project, we either have to take it out or demonstrate it has an ecological positive, right? So this is what I'm talking about is you can do a project and oops, it didn't work, that sucks. But then that's also then damaging the habitats that are supposed to be there. So I'm just kind of talking about some kind of evaluative thing, just like with the sewage treatment, that yes, this is great, but, so.
I think you have a standard right now.
Yeah, huh?
It's good that we can start maybe setting some standards on that, match up with grant requests or money requests, that we actually have guidelines that you have to meet and prove, and if they don't, then we need to figure out, do we keep doing this kind of thing, if they keep throwing that kind of money at the things you described, or not? So.
Go ahead, Deb.
So I'm not sure I've heard the answer to the question I have about this one in the discussion, which I think is really good. And I agree, there's not a lot of information for us on the specifics of this particular site. And my basic question, based on all we heard about oysters last time, is this a good site for this type of restoration? And I would say it's also, it says that it is one of the few remaining leases. Was it productive before? And so that would be an indicator that perhaps it was a great location at one point. Is it going to be commercially used because it is privately owned, or is this just a way? Because the cost of the project is much more than what it's eligible for, the total cost, if I'm looking at the right thing here. So, I have a bigger, I'm trying to understand the bigger picture of whether this little amount of money, which seems comparable to the grants that we make for clam restoration, and in that respect, it would seem, well, that's reasonable because the clam aquaculture folks are getting kind of that level of funding. But I don't really know if it's a good investment because of where it is.
Just to speak to, so you're regarding the ZIP project specifically, and similar to how any projects with Brevard Zoo happen, before they build or construct, they have to submit designs and survey results to the county for approval before. So if the survey results come back that site would not be good according to our habitat suitability index, we would not approve for them to build there.
And they have to get state permits.
Yes, and then they also have to get permits for that project.
How is the total nitrogen quantified in an oyster project? So they go out, they say, we did this, we can now submit for reimbursement. we know we took out this much nitrogen with this many oysters because we have this set of data. Where is that?
So we did a literature review of what had been done out there. You know, there was a lot of data from Chesapeake Bay. We tried to duplicate the best study that was out there in Mosquito Lagoon. It was in the middle of the brown tide, and we think that had all sorts of negative effects on the method. We have been trying to work with the University of Florida to do a study more recently on some of our reefs in the Central Indian River Lagoon. We haven't been able to get on their schedule yet, but so the current funding is based on the literature review findings of live oysters per square, you know, if you get this many live oysters per square meter and they are reproducing successfully, so you see multiple size classes on the reef, then you are getting at least this much nitrogen coming out of the water into the tissues, into the shell. And then, you know, the easy thing to do is go out and count how many oysters are there. And so we are seeing much higher density of oysters on these reefs than were on the Chesapeake Bay, the literature reefs, because in Florida, we tend to grow oysters at higher density. We grow them faster. We grow them year-round because the water is warm enough year-round for those oysters to grow, whereas in the northern, they only grow in the summer. They just hibernate, basically, over the winter. So we believe that we are beating those rates, but we haven't been able to collect local data successfully to demonstrate it yet.
So if we could footnote that explanation within this meeting, I think that's key, because we do so much oyster restoration partnering. And then also, if they don't meet that, and they can't come back for the reimbursement, so if their project fails, we don't actually give them those funds. That money doesn't go to them, it's all reimbursement? Or is this an upfront investment?
We reimburse them once they have constructed the reef, right? That monitoring goes on for years afterwards, but their permit requires them, like was described, if they're not meeting the success criteria, they have to, unless they can show an ecological benefit to leaving the reef there, they have to remove it.
Okay. And who governs that exactly? Who checks up on that?
It's an FDEP permit, but it's a FWC requirement.
Ashley is here also,
Yes.
by the way, if you have any questions. Yeah, Charlie. Charlie, go ahead.
Hello and good morning.
Wait a
Maybe
minute.
before you do that, because Aaliyah mentioned about the success measurements for the different reefs. I was wondering, can those measurements be used as a proxy to figure out how much nitrogen is being removed? And then you can see, maybe, hey, we're removing more, or maybe we're not removing as much, and then we can adjust our figures.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Yes, all of that data is written up in the plan, in the response section of the plan. And so, every year we take all the additional data that's been collected by the zoo and UCF, and we graph it and we write it up, and it's there documented for everyone. And all the literature survey, like how we came up with this cost per pound, it's all there.
And you guys are supposed to read it next month, by the way.
And where is there?
In the response chapter of the Save Our Indian River Lagoon project plan.
Did everyone?
Go ahead, Ashley.
Hello and good morning. I'm Ashley Reardon, the Director of Conservation at Brevard Zoo, and one of the programs that I oversee is Restore Our Shores, the program that's doing all of this work with oysters in the lagoon. I'm happy to answer any questions, but just to touch on a couple of things real quick that I heard. The zoo's been working in the lagoon on oyster reef for more than a decade, and some of those early projects were failures. I mean, we've learned so much over the last decade, and the way we're building reef now is very different from the reef that we were building 10 years ago. The methods have changed, the site selection has changed. There are a couple reefs that I think we need to be having some conversations about probably, but none of those were made with the methods that we currently use. Right now, we're using all natural materials of coquina, recycled shell, and fossilized shell. It's an expensive, labor-intensive process because you can't just order a lot of that on the phone. It's collection of a team over years to get the supplies to build these reefs. And what we're seeing with this method is that the labor is worth it. We're having reefs that are tens of thousands of oysters more than they need to be to meet those minimum success criterias, and that is the path that we want to continue on. You know, the zoo's not really in this for a construction gig. It's not really our expertise, but we've made oyster construction our expertise, and we're only wanting to put it in areas that we believe will be wildly successful, which is why we partner with the county before sites are formally selected. So the reason you don't have a lot of information on the sites in these in this application is because we need to partner with the county. We need to get the funds allocated and then go partner with the county, go out and collect a lot of data about where in those regions we can build, and then assess where the most successful sites would be. The reason we only have one application in this year is because there is no additional funding allocated for Central. We've used it all. That is a great area to build reef. And we don't have faith right now in the Banana River areas because we do believe most of it is better off being seagrass habitat. So that's why you see one application in the north area with room to dive into specific sites.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one quick question, and it may be completely irrelevant, but given that it specifically points out the property is owned by the Stewart family, the submerged property, does that have any influence or not? I don't know.
Oh, you're talking the ZIP.
The ZIP project,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I can only speak to the Brevard Zoo project. I don't
Yeah.
know anything about the ZIP project.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Process sounds like the same for
Yeah.
anybody. County's overseeing it, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, and by the way, these 3 sites that are proposed are Pineapple Drive South, just north of the ramp on US 1, north of Nita Causeway, and then US 1 north, that's NASA Boulevard area. So those are the 3 areas.
On your site selection, I understand all the factors, but are you at all consulting recreational commercial fishermen for site selection?
Not to my knowledge, that hasn't been a step that we've taken. We have worked with people who have lived in the community a long time who say things like, we used to have a huge oyster reef over here, come look at this site, because those areas are probably going to be good areas to start. Yeah, so we definitely engage the community, but I don't recall a time when we've had like a group of fishermen come out to give feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, can we move on?
All right.
Thank you.
We're on to our stormwater projects. We have the 2 baffle boxes here from the city of Titusville.
Yeah, these are,
Which number?
these are
Okay, a couple more.
290
One more.
Got it.
and 291.
One more page.
Yeah, 290 and 291.
And we do have Sandy here from the city of Titusville, if there are any questions on these.
Just one general semi-relevant comment. I love the education outreach stuff. Signage is great. If there's any opportunity for the organizations that get these funds to go ahead and put it out through other means, that it came through Sorrel, I think that would be helpful.
We do have in our contract that signage is required for the projects.
Right, what about Titusville's website, putting stuff out like that? I think there are opportunities for those groups, the zoo, all of them. You know, this is funded partially by, and helping to get that message out.
I can agree to that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Laura Lee. I'm sorry.
Titusville's quite proud of Sandy and all of her accomplishments, and the fact that we have more baffle boxes that are funded by Sorrel than anybody else. But I would like to see the signs remain there all the time. You know, it says the sign will be placed at the project during construction that lists Sorrel. Well, I think we need permanent signage at all of these baffle boxes that are all around town so that people driving by will see the signs, so.
Great point.
Can you do that?
That's a great point.
Just to add, for some of the other projects are underground, so you wouldn't see them necessarily. So that's why we have it in construction. So if it's something that is permanently seen, like Titusville has the baffle box with the glass top, that one's got a sign.
Right, yeah, that
explaining
one
what's
has a
going on.
nice
And-
sign.
Yeah. So-
But still, even if it's underground, if there's a sign next to the sidewalk that people can see when they're driving by, they will see that these solar projects are actually happening. Because an underground project without a sign, it's not helping us, unless somebody looks at the story map.
But Laura Lee, the city of Melbourne has the largest.
She's yelling at me over here. Just want to add that we put up the signs for construction. I haven't taken any down, so they're still there. So they're nice signs. They look at, but there's a lot of baffle boxes that can be in the middle of the road, so sometimes it's hard. But usually if there's opportunity to have educational signs, we have one at Scobie with that one that's right there. We try to keep them there and make more permanent signs.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be a kiosk that is explaining it, just some kind of sign that says, there's a baffle box here that was funded by this Sorrel project.
Yeah.
Because we need to be getting the word out that these projects are happening. So it doesn't have to be an educational kiosk with 5 paragraphs that people can read. When they're standing there, they need something that they need to be it's just like the Great Florida Birding Trail signs that are all over the county, and they're really, really visible. And you see them and you think, wow, well, there's another birding trail sign.
Yeah.
They should be seeing, hey, here's another Sorrel project sign. So even if it's a manhole in the middle of the street, you can still put some kind of sign.
I do have a sign shop, so we can work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Don,
Go ahead.
question about the signs that exist. Is there a QR code or something on it that links to the website?
The new ones do, like some of my older ones, because QR codes weren't a thing, but the Sandpoint Baffle Box one has some QR codes on it, links to a bunch of sites.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Just to reiterate the importance of this, I was talking to somebody on Sykes Creek who's been there for 16 years and said, I haven't seen any muck removal project anywhere. And I said, there's one right down here at Kiwanis. And they have a boat, they get out. It's just, we really need to push this stuff out. And I know we're cranking it through the formal channels. We got to keep going.
Okay. I will move on.
Moving on.
We have the Brevard County Basin 212 East Main project.
What number is that again?
292.
Okay. Then we have the Basin 1124 Elliott Drive. This was the revision.
207.
This is just a question on that. This material you use, it's got some pros and cons on that kind of thing. Is that a maintenance issue you do? Because it's just, can you talk a little bit about?
I'll have our stormwater engineer speak on that.
The material we use for these projects have a lifespan expected of 10 years, maybe more, depending on use. It's expected that after 10 years, or once the sorption capacity has been reached, that we'll have to dig up and replace it.
So 10 years about it?
At least.
Okay.
We've been doing these projects for quite some time, and we have not had one project where we had to replace the material yet.
You're happy with
Yes.
the results? Okay. That's all I have.
A quick question on the Elliott Drive one. It says, although the county has budgeted enough to nearly fully fund it, these funds will allow for the remaining budget to be used for additional other projects. So do we know what those are? Or?
No, it
They're
just
just gonna
rolls
take
over
that
right into
money
a
and use it
fund
for
that's
something
specifically
else.
for stormwater treatment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, just on that, then, how is this different than the stormwater funds they already get? You just blending in with it?
Yes. Yeah, but there's a requirement for, this is true for the county and all the cities, when when swirl funds are helping to fund a stormwater project, they have a stormwater utility. Like anything that they save from the stormwater utility that they were planning to spend on that project has to get rolled into another stormwater treatment project that will protect the lagoon.
By staff. Okay.
Okay, next we have the Cocoa Beach Golf Course floating vegetative islands. This is the revision for one that they had in before.
Done. These are ponds within the golf course?
The purple ones here.
Right, right.
I think this is a perfect example of our previous conversation of what not to fund. This is a private club.
It's open to the public.
It is not a public park, so there is a fee to access this location. And they would need to quantify how many pounds of nitrogen they're putting into the soil. I know Cocoa Beach Golf Course has had different things. I don't want to speak to any other projects that may or may not be involved, but they're $90,000. I just don't think that it is, or 50, whatever the actual is. They're intentionally putting that pollution into that water. And while I'm all for cleaning that area, I've had the privilege to go out and do aqua science conversations with the high school there and look at their new program, and it's amazing and it needs cleaned. It needs maintenance, but I don't think that taxpayer money in this particular instance is the right appropriation. I just don't see where this, public access or not, it's a pay-to-use location that's owned by Cocoa Beach. Who owns it? It's owned by the city?
Morgan's here
So
from the city of Cocoa
please
Beach,
come up.
so she can speak more on that.
So, yes, if there is any way to, and thank you for being here, so, to know now, I mean, golf courses are, I would have to venture to say, our biggest single source in the state for pollution. Even MRC had a long-lasting relationship with, I call it Aquafina as a joke, the aquarium, the golf course down Mel Beach.
Aquarino.
Thank you. What is it?
Aquarina.
Aquarina, thank you. But they actually severed that relationship and gave up an opportunity that we made lots of, donations, lots of money for MRC, because they did not feel that the golf course was any longer doing best practices. They had fallen into, to keep the maintenance up for what a golf course needs to be. So I think in this instance, it's just a misuse of funds. And that's my opinion. I would love to hear what everyone else thinks. I'm open to changing that if I hear the right information. And please, if you want to share any information, then.
Yeah, so how we calculated the total nitrogen removed is based on our stormwater master plan and the loading area in there. So the loading that was in the master plan was used, and then the 10%. So that's how we got our amount of removal for it. But yeah, so basically it is a golf course, it is owned by the city, and we're just looking to add the floating vegetation islands to help with the loading to the lagoon.
And I do appreciate the effort, and I think it's great to mitigate that. If there is a best practices for a golf course, I think adding floating islands and vegetation and ways to reduce what you're putting in, or to uptake what you've put in, is, great management practice. So maybe that is something that we should look at if you're going to be having the nutrients go in, that you're mandated to have floating ponds. This could be an example case as best practices for other golf courses. So.
And then something I do want to add is that the neighborhoods surrounding here do also, most of their stormwater goes to the ponds as well. So the ponds have other stormwater, not just from the golf course.
And could you clarify that you both use stormwater and fertilizer on that golf course?
They use reclaimed water.
Reclaimed water, I mean not stormwaters, thank you.
I know you're good. Reclaimed water, and then they also use fertilizer. I'm not part of the golf course, so I don't really know their practices, but that's just what I've been told, that they do use both.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I was going to say, this project has some positive aspects because you can put the signs out there and make it very visible. And this, it's unique with the mats. I think people it kind of gets their attention because it's novel. But, in National Audubon Society, they certify golf courses to be bird-friendly, which means they're probably not using much, if any, pesticides, herbicides, et cetera. So that's something, I'm not saying that should be a criteria for us to support them, but it's certainly something that's worth looking at if, to make sure that they are doing the right thing.
I think that was exactly what the Mill Beach
MRC.
Golf Course issue was, that they lost that endorsement.
And I just point out, related to that and the chemicals, I do a lot of work with the Michael J. Fox Foundation, and living on a golf course, like being a farmer, is associated with increased risk of Parkinson's.
Yeah, there's a great book that just came out about people in their proximity to golf courses and the incidence of Parkinson's disease. And my son's a researcher at University of Rochester, and he's working on that, actually.
Oh, well.
Could I make a quick comment here?
Sure.
The earlier discussion, when we first started the day, there came up this issue of reclaimed water and high values and nutrients coming back in. Throughout the county, and this is going back to history now, throughout the county, there's been a recognition that reclaimed water varied from community to community. And Cocoa Beach was one of the early leaders in making sure their reclaimed water was very low compared to everybody else, and was always used as a model for the rest of us to follow. It took 10, 15 years for us, some of the rest of us, to get to that direction. So I don't think they should be chastised for being not good stewards of the environment. As far as your personal feelings about golf courses in general, I live next to a golf course, and I'm not saying, maybe what's wrong with me is I live next to a golf course. But by the same token, be fair in your deliberation about this application.
One other quick question. Is 5% coverage enough, and are you going to maintain that stuff on an ongoing basis?
Yeah, so the 5% is what everyone does.
It's the state standard.
Yeah.
That's the state standard.
And then, yeah, it would be in our operation budget to maintain it throughout the remaining of the years that it's there.
To maintain the ponds, the mats?
The mats, yes.
And that's a large cost in itself. Yes.
Some of these projects that we're questioning, I think the kind of the overriding question in people's minds is, are these folks doing good stewardship with the other things that they can control in terms of going into the lagoon? So that might be something that we need to factor more deliberately into the next round of projects that come up. But I will also point out, again, we're dealing with some land use policies, historical land use policy and development regulations. And in the very first meeting that when my term started, we talked a lot about those things that we don't control, that are beyond the program, that we'd like to see in the future to protect the work that's being done. So I just want to make that point that we're in, it's a balance game.
That's in your lane, so you guys work on that. These guys have homework to do, you have homework to do.
Great.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have the Cape Canaveral Fillmore Avenue Streetscape Project. This one is another, I guess we could say multi-phase project, but Sorrell's only funding a small portion of it. Okay. Next, we have the Tequesta Harbor muck dredging project.
I just wanted to make one note. The streetscape, very important to note, that is one of the leading factors of low-impact design and low-impact development for exterior space. So I think it's important that we highlight that is really important. It's a great project, and it's something that we would want to see duplicated because the tree uptake is huge for actual elimination and prevention of those nutrients even getting to the lagoon. So great project.
Now we have our two septic to sewer projects, South Central A and...
Sorry, Tequesta.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, on Tequesta, I had a lot of questions on this one. This is a local harbor owned by the Marina Association?
The neighborhood.
Tequesta, the neighborhood owns the harbor. And have we measured the muck in there? So we know how much is in there or how high it is?
Yes. So I'm Ashley, I've been up here before. So the picture that is up here was our survey that we did of the actual muck in the harbor. So when and it's not like super scientific, I didn't measure like every square foot, but roughly we're estimating there's 3,200 square feet.
And what's
Or
the?
cubic yards, I'm sorry.
Cubic yards, and what's the depth of that now? I mean, the navigable depth in there?
So right underneath of the boats, at this moment, there is no depth. The muck is to the surface. In the middle of the harbor, right now, there would be about 1.5 feet. And then out at the mouth of the harbor, it would be maybe 1 foot of water.
And so, did most of that muck come through from the neighborhood itself?
So me and my husband have only lived there about 2 years, so there are a lot of neighbors that have been there a lot longer than me. The kind of our understanding is the neighborhood has done partial dredges throughout the year. We do have a baffle box that is installed in our neighborhood that filters what the county documents from when it was installed. It says it's like 18 acres of stormwater. However, it is a Generation 1 baffle box, so it is not actually capturing any vegetation that's going in there. We believe that it is a combination of just like historical load, vegetation that's going in, just being connected to the lagoon itself is just capturing. There's also this ridge inside of our harbor, so kind of like where the harbor goes into the mouth, there's like this 1.5 foot ridge that kind of doesn't allow the muck just to kind of like ebb and flow into our harbor, so it just becomes this like pit. I don't know what other word to call it, that it just
So
like
most of
sits
it comes from inside and gets stuck?
I think so, yes. So we are talking to the county, different people about looking at our baffle box to see is it working, not working, could we upgrade it and everything. But at this point, the harbor is pretty much unusable about half of the year because of the amount of muck.
And these funds, I know there was a dock that needs to be rebuilt and stuff like that.
So
That's
we
not
need to
gonna be
have
covered?
all of our docks rebuilt. We suspect that as we dredge all the muck out, that we're gonna have to restabilize all of the seawalls. We're also, I've been talking with the zoo to see if we could do some other sort of restoration, whether it be shoreline, seagrass, or whatever, once we get the muck out. So like our neighborhood's really committed to like cleaning this area up, revitalizing it, because all of the neighbors that have been there, 20 plus years, say that this harbor, especially in the winter months, used to have tons of manatees. The dolphins would come in, tons of fish, and now there's nothing.
And has the neighborhood sort of adopted healthy practices for their lawns and things like that?
Yeah, so we're working on kind of revitalizing not just the harbor, but the neighborhood itself and the people. I've been talking to Abby. We're going to see about having somebody come out during our yearly meeting to kind of do some presentations, some education. A lot of us in the neighborhood have been talking about what can we do as a neighborhood, what can we do as individuals. So we're really committed to kind of changing this, but it's like we have this dead space, unusable, that we really want to use as a place to rally the community around, to not only clean up for our use, but make sure we're not contributing to the lagoon itself, but then really figuring out as a neighborhood what can we do in our little piece of the pie, but then what can we do from a larger community standpoint.
Thanks.
Great question. Side note, you're south of Honeymoon Lake. And
Yes.
Does that come up in here in the past?
I actually thought that was this project, but
Yeah,
it's not.
it's
But
not?
It's going to, no, it's not. But
It knows two
Honeymoon
different
Lake was
places.
another one that,
Well, what shape, have they come here before, or?
no, they have not.
I've driven that
Boy, that's
street. I've
interesting.
seen it.
Yeah. Terry, what really encouraged me about this was that the other two small projects are moving forward, because, I fear that neighborhoods like this, they think it's a good idea, but then hit the reality of permitting and where do you put the muck, how do you move it,
So-
things like that, and it's expensive.
We've gone through all of the process. We are up against funding. So we are ready to sign the contract, commit to doing the work. We've done all of the work, design work and everything. We're just at a point that we have the money to do the entire project, but it leaves us with basically zero money in the bank for any contingencies, any other projects we want to do. So that's why we are asking for some help funding the muck removal part of our project so that we're able to do the whole scope of the whole project, the revitalization and everything.
Right.
Just simply, we've done our due diligence, trying to make sure we have the funding. We're just coming up a little bit short.
Go ahead, Fred.
Go ahead, Laura Lee, please.
Where are you going to put the muck that you're dredging out? Where is it going?
So the contractor, Dream Docks, he has everything planned out. I don't know the exact location where the muck is going, but he's taking care of all of that.
So it's going to go out in trucks then, probably? I mean, you're not going to have a pipe going?
No, so it's
5 miles
going to
down the
be
river?
trucked out.
Okay.
He has these special trucks that release the water. I'm not an engineer, I don't know exactly how it all works.
You mentioned that previously that people talked about they were able to fish there, the manatees were in there, it was great and beautiful. Given it's a private harbor, can people then come in from the lagoon and fish in your harbor?
That is not for me to answer, that would be for our Commodore to answer.
Jury directors here. It's available to anybody in the Indian River Lagoon.
Got it.
Many people don't come into it because not only the ridge.
Oh, yeah,
but
right
the
now
muck.
you can't get
So
in.
we're not getting the traffic, which allows us to enjoy it within and all neighbors to enjoy it without.
Thank you.
I know. I actually thought that's what this was. Any other questions? All right, we can,
Thank you for your time.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see 41,000 in eligibility. What's the exact number they're requesting? Is it the 41?
That's the maximum
Yeah.
amount they can get for this year.
Yeah, right before we've got an issue here where we're fast approaching time.
Yeah.
And so I've got a stack of comments too, and then you have our own comments to go on. So it's going to run over here for quite a bit, I think.
I'll make a motion to extend 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes is probably not enough.
Do you
but-
want to do 30 and then additional?
Yeah.
45? Just to
I
give
think
us a little bit of crunch so we maybe speed ourselves up?
We need to speed ourselves up, but I'm not sure we can entirely do that, can
I have
we?
to go at 11:30. Will they still have a quorum with me gone? All right, thank you.
Yeah, I would say let's give ourselves an hour, and if we get done early, we do.
Okay, I'll make a motion to extend an hour
Do I have a second on that?
for purpose of discussion specifically.
All in favor? Aye. All right, we'll extend another hour.
We only have 2 more projects.
Okay.
So this is the South Central A, expanding for an additional 28 connections for the septic to sewer project. Okay. And then we have the South Tropical Trail, Cadillac Drive. This is a new project for 6 connections. Okay. So my next step was to go through how to fund these projects.
Good.
Are we
That's what
ready?
That's what we really want to, go ahead.
In general, I just had a question about when we look at the total cost per pound of nitrogen and the total reduction in pounds per year. This is the first year, right? Is that what we're looking at? This is the first year, total pounds per year. Is there any idea of how that changes over time? Is there a bell curve? Is it something that we kind of take into account?
You're talking about project efficiency over time for their total nitrogen?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you take out the pounds this year, and then how many are you going to take out next year, how many are coming in, every site's going to be different. Is there any way that you're kind of taking that into account? Sorry.
It's a lot of modeling.
It is a lot of modeling.
Most of these are annual benefits. The exception is the vegetation harvesting is a one-time. Are there any other one-times
No,
on
just
here?
that's the
Just
only
that
one
one,
time.
right? The others we would expect a similar benefit every year,
Annually.
year after year.
So even with the vegetation harvesting on like the floating bee mats, I mean, you are going to get some more growth and more nutrients out every year, right?
Yeah, the BMATs have a recurring benefit, but the harvesting with the harvester is a one-time.
Okay,
You remove
right,
it,
okay.
it's gone.
Perfect. Thank you for the clarity.
Yeah.
Oh.
We don't- Interstitial
it's
water
not on
treatment and clam harvesting, those are our 3 one-time removal projects.
But they're not on this list.
Right,
Not on
right.
this.
I was just-
Okay,
Go ahead.
so now is the math part, which we'll see how this goes. Okay, so this is going, our restoration projects.
Let me just, a little preamble, right? So what she's going to do is she's going to try to show you, if you want to fund these projects, how you can do it, maintaining the money in the same zone of the lagoon, right? The same sub-lagoon, and within the same project type, right? So wastewater is still wastewater and stormwater is still stormwater. There are a few exceptions to that, but that's the overarching goal, is to maintain that balance as best as we can that has been reached over years of, getting to where we are.
Okay, and then, as Virginia previously mentioned in her presentation, we have $12.9 million to allocate, so I'm going to keep a running total in the bottom corner as we move through these slides. So our first request here is the Brevard Zoo North IRL Oyster 5. We have $2.8 million for future North IRL County Oyster Bar projects, so we're suggesting pulling from that. We had $14,000 in savings from that Scottsmore project that was withdrawn, leaving us with $1.5 million for future NIRL oyster restoration projects. Now we have our CIRL restoration projects. We do not have any funds remaining in there. We could pull from the Banana River Lagoon oyster projects. That currently has a budget of $2.1 million. We have $14,306 in requests. So that would leave, if we pulled from there, that would leave a remaining balance of $2.1 million for future Banana River Oyster Bar projects. Okay, moving on. Oh, there, 12.9 minus the 1.25 in requests leaves us with $11.6 million for the remaining projects. So now we have our North Indian River Lagoon stormwater requests that total $1.6 million. Let me read this one because it's a lot. If we take our North Indian River Lagoon savings, which was $20,000, and substitute these 5 lowest ranking basins from the stormwater table, that will get us close to our request. That leaves us at $1.5 million for our $1.6 million request, leaving us with a $104,000 shortfall. So if we take our next lowest ranking basin, which is basin 1359, that has a cost share of $306,000 minus our $104,000 shortfall, leaves a balance of $201,000 for basin 1359. So if we fund all of these projects this way, we are now at $10 million left to fund the projects. Moving on to our Banana River request, we have $279,000 in requests. If we take our Banana River savings of $30,000, our remaining balance from the NIRL Basin 1359 of $201,000, and then our two lowest ranking stormwater basins in BRL are the 2 IHB basins, and then the Fillmore project is in a top priority basin, or a top ranking one, in Basin CC B10A. So we're recommending to pull the $34,000 request from that $178,000 to fund these projects, and that would put a remaining balance in Basin IHB 48A of $80,000. So now we are down to $9.7 million in requests. Oops, what did I do? Okay. So to fund the Tequesta Harbor Muck project, we know that there are no more muck funds in the plan, but we could pull from the last muck dredging project that was approved, which is the Mims Rim Ditch. That for the muck dredging has a total budget of $10.4 million. So just pulling this $41,000 leaves a balance of $10.38 million left for the muck dredging portion of that project.
Does that affect the muck projects in already in go if you take that money from the month?
Nothing on the MIMS Rim Ditch project has been started yet, so we don't have any contracts or anything underway for that project
So
yet.
you can move forward with that as your bottom line number?
Yeah, yeah. So this would put us at approximately $9.6 million left. Oh, I forgot the M on there. $9.6 million for the next few projects. So here we're moving on to our wastewater projects. We have just under $2 million in requests. The Cove is in the central Indian River Lagoon, and South Central A and Tropical Trail are in the North Indian River Lagoon, so that's the breakdown for the north requests. So that puts us at 9.6 million minus the 1.9 in requests, leaves us with a balance of $7.7 million. So it's recommended to allocate the remaining funds for septic upgrades per their designated basin. I suggested here 4.3 million for the central and 3.4 in the north, but we can figure that out. So that leaves all money allocated for these 14 projects. So I made a motion here to summarize what we just went over. So to fund these 2026 projects, we would transfer $14,000 from the BRL restoration to CIRL restoration, substitute those stormwater basins, use the remaining balance of Basin 1359 to fund NIRL stormwater requests, reduce the MIMS Rim Ditch project by the $41,000, and allocate remaining water funds towards septic upgrades.
That's all inclusive? I don't see which heading is the golf course under?
That is under stormwater funds for
That's
BRL.
Stormwater.
So we can adjust this however the committee wishes.
What was the total on the stormwater ponds?
The total
41?
request
Or
for
that
the...
was, no, not the, it's a question. Oh, for the golf course, Cocoa Beach. What was their?
87,248.
That's their total request, but they're asking for an additional $49,150.
An additional?
They're already approved for the 80s.
Project.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're already
They were
approved for the floating mats?
Yeah, previously
golf course.
approved in previous years, and they want to revise the project.
And the revision would be to add the mats, or was that already
No,
in there?
that was what the original project was for. They had done further data analysis and determined that there would be additional nutrient removal with these mats. So that's what the request is for.
So same plan, just upgraded amounts of removal?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
A point of order, if you're going to take a vote here shortly, do you need to get Kurt Smith's approved to vote online?
We will need that unless he wants to turn it over to his alternate.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I move to take a
Kurt?
telephone vote from Kurt Smith.
You move? Okay. And a second on that? Barbara seconds it. All in favor? Aye.
We lost Kurt Smith a while ago.
Oh, we lost Kurt?
I'll
So we're going to turn it over to
retract
his
my
alternate.
motion.
So it's up to you. I hope you communicated.
It's up to me to,
Vote.
oh, I get that.
Yeah.
Motion comes up, we'll get there.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want to take public comment first, and then we will, we need to leave this up here, this language up here, just because it's complicated. And so we're looking for public comment on this particular new business.
Sandra Sullivan. Yeah, so I wanted to mention that going back to articles in 2014, 2015 in the Indian River Lagoon, talking about the dumping of 38 million gallons of sewage into the lagoon. So when we're talking about,
Can I hold you
It's
up there?
about this. I'm
is-
gonna tie into this.
okay,
Please don't interrupt
Because
me.
it has to be tied into this particular.
it is, I'm getting to a point, and I'll take that time back.
I don't
So
see
as
the
you know,
clock
we
has-
just
oh,
had
excuse me,
a
I'm so sorry. The clock needs to be initiated so that
nutrient loading in the lagoon. I'm going to suggest that given that the county has a huge deficit in our sewage treatment, that we look at funding and talking about what we could put this $20 million to sewage plants to stop dumping. Sykes Creek had over 1 million gallons earlier this year dumping. There's a news article yesterday of sewage floating. Of course, that's coming from the Sykes Creek plant, which is just north of that location. And then I also want to mention the Cove package plant. That has a state grant in your thing here that of $1.1 million in a state grant and 130 in SORL funds. And they withdrew because of the cost to connect exceeded what they had. I mean, that's low-hanging fruit to pay for rather than updating an outdated package plant. And so my request here is that when we look at this rain event we just had recently, we had Port St. John at 184% over capacity utilization, 84% over capacity. We had Sykes Creek at 148%, 48% over capacity. Other plants at 137%, 37% over capacity. We have a fiscal crisis with our sewage plants, and we are dumping sewage that is going into the lagoon. And this has been a long time ongoing. And so the comment made about setting a precedent, well, you already set a precedent. You gave $1 million last year, a year ago, to designing a new plant in Port St. John for a regional sewage plant. We need, and I'm going to say, because this directly affects nitrogen and phosphorus into the lagoon, I think you could make a case that we should invest this $20 million into a critical infrastructure need. And I'm going to say this, if you don't, I don't think that people will vote and renew the sales tax for the Indian River Lagoon, because what we see as people is this is a dismal failure. When you look at the seagrass map, there's virtually no improvement on the seagrass in 10 years.
Yes.
Are there any requests before us at this time for funding for upgrades on sewage treatment plants? And is that do we need to wait for those requests?
We have a period every year when we open up the portal to take in funding requests, right? And these were the applications that were received.
So we don't even
By the
have
deadline.
within our parameters to pick something that's not proposed to us and say, hey, let's spend money on that, because we would have to go to that entity and they would have to initiate a way to utilize those funds, whether that's through planning or actual infrastructure upgrades. So we can't just randomly choose to give the money to some entity that didn't request that from us. Is that correct?
I don't think there's anything in the ordinance that would prohibit you from making that recommendation, but that is not how it has been done so far.
That is all. These are the requests that we have been, in a very open, public, advertised forum. We said, request funds for projects, and this is what we received.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Any other public comments on this particular new business? Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, or is it good afternoon? Close. My name is Matt Nyland. I live in unincorporated Rockledge within South Central A, I think you guys call it. I'm in favor, as a person who lives in that neighborhood, of the expansion of South Central A further south. It's going to be disruptive to my neighborhood when they come in to lay the sewer lines. And I think it'd be better if we did it one time and covered as much of that area as we possibly could. The area further south along Rockledge Drive, it gets lower and lower as we go south, and there's lots of flooding problems there. I'm sure septic systems are really a bad choice in that part of the southern part of Rockledge Drive, just because the land is so low and the water table is so high. So speaking as a member of that neighborhood, I'm in favor of you guys funding that expansion of South Central A septic to sewer.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, the last part. I couldn't hear the last part of the sentence.
I'm speaking as a member of that community in favor of the expansion of septic to sewer in South Central A.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this? So now we have to, any other?
Is that all your cards? Or the rest?
I have cards, but it's for the general.
Okay. I just knew you had a huge stack.
Yeah, I do have a huge stack. I do have a huge stack. So now if there's no more comments from the committee, we have to craft some kind of motion.
I would just like to ask a question to the committee. Does anyone have a particular project that they would prefer not to fund? Are there any projects as presented today that you do not feel are appropriate to fund? I don't like funding the golf course, but I think that it's an ongoing project, and I think, again, to spend it, let's do this, and maybe it could become a best practices management for golf courses across the state to add those mats and to use that as an opportunity to mitigate the pollution that they are causing, and that conversation can only lead to improvements. So the Audubon designation that was mentioned, those are criteria. Other than that, I think we've had a great discussion. I've gone back and forth with my thoughts a lot from all of our expertise that has been shared today. So I just would like to know if anyone has a particular project they don't support.
You had a comment?
Yeah, so voting for tech with Rick passed his vote to me. He and I are discussing and we're aligned. There are several projects that lack the story behind them, the history, and we talked about this, I think, throughout the presentation in the morning. And as a lump sum to approve all of it, he and I are both kind of opposed to doing, well, we're absolutely opposed to doing that. I think we really do need a line-by-line project approval rather than overall. The funding approach is completely appropriate. That needs to be done. Let's get a line-by-line on each of the projects first, and then we can have how to fund it and move the monies around as the outcome of that. So funding all of them as a lump, we can't do. There are many candidates that are great. There are many candidate projects that need more of a storyline behind, and there's inadequate ability in a lump sum like this to contrast the value of one versus another. Is $1.2 million on oysters the same as $1.2 million on septic to sewer? So I think there is some challenge to us in constraining it in like for like, region for region. That should be a goal, but that when we talk about the county as a whole, we're coming to the end of our cycle here. We need to make some decisions on how to spend our money. And I think we don't have this. We've learned so much in a decade about how to do this well. Are we really applying that to each of these projects now? So very respectful of staff's input to this stuff. I think that there's some artificial constraints as well as some incomplete storylines. Can't approve all of it as a lump.
Deb?
As a new member of this group, I had questions coming into this meeting about how it works, how these decisions work, and what information we use and the trade-offs that we have to make to approve these projects. My observation is that we still have a lot to learn, and that there is a lot of thought and intent to help the lagoon that's expressed by all the parties that have made applications here today, and that has to be recognized. And I am sitting next to an emeritus member, and we have staff here, and I'm hearing also that there are checkpoints and details about how these things actually move from, we're going to approve this, to actually getting done, that protects maybe some of those open questions that we may have as a result of the discussion today. And we are on a deadline. So I would like to ask staff how, we're on limited information. We would like to hear more about some of these projects, but is this a normal level of discussion? Or is it a normal level of uncertainty based on the past? Because I don't think anybody wants to make a bad decision, but by the same token, I don't feel like as a new member of this group that I fully understand the expectations for how much we can really get to as an oversight committee in a meeting like this today without having, say, a full workshop on every project or a detailed presentation from each presenter. So that I just would like to try to get a comfort level there of what really makes sense in getting at the specifics of some of these. I think some of our biases and concerns for the lagoon come out, and they're valid, and it's great discussion, but should we be too hung up on some of these things, considering that this is only one step in a process of getting them into the plan and getting them funded?
I think that the comments that have been raised are exactly what the committee is tasked with doing. We've provided how could you get there from here if you wanted to do them all approach. And in the past, the committee has said, we like everything except 209 and 17B or whatever. So that can certainly happen. The applications and the information provided in your packet, right, has evolved over the years based on the questions that the committee has asked, the kind of information that you have wanted from applicants. And so that's something that can continue to evolve if you have, new questions that haven't been asked by the committee. And some of the applications are a little different than what we've ever gotten before. So then, the questions are going to be different when the requests are different. But yeah, this is the time to ask. So, some of the concerns are addressed in contracting. But, whether, especially, setting precedent on new types of requests and moving funds from, one area to another or one project type to another, right? That's where you got to really think whether everybody's comfortable with that.
If I saw correctly, in regard to moving funds, there was $2 million plus in the Banana River oyster program. You don't have to put that, or you can, sure. I was just going to say, if I heard correctly, I can't remember her name, but the director for the zoo, she kind of alluded to that there hasn't been great efficacy in those oyster projects in the Banana River Lagoon, maybe
Right.
not as much as the others. So that, I saw you pulled one project from that surplus. But just to make...
2 CIR requests for $14,000 from the banana.
Yes, and that was specifically oysters, correct? Banana
Yes.
oyster program? So, just that in and of itself is an example of where we make a decision, we discuss it, and then it doesn't come to be, and those funds are still sitting there and not requested to be used because they determined that it wasn't a good use of that money.
Right. Do you leave those funds sitting there unused in the banana, or do you put them to work on project requests in the central?
Yeah, absolutely.
So based on that, what I'd like to suggest, Don, is that we have a separate vote on, let folks express if we have projects on the list that we are concerned about or would choose not to fund, have a separate vote on those and a vote on the others, because that would be the most expedient from a time standpoint, and it would give us the opportunity to kind of refine the list first, and then go back and look at the funding transfers. That, I believe that the staff is probably in a better position than we are to understand how money can be moved around, and I'd like to learn more about that before we do this again next year. But that might be a better way to kind of get the issues on the table and make some progress, considering we are under a deadline.
Are we pressured to make a decision today?
Yes.
No, I'm just.
The plan has to be put together.
But no,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see where we're at, guys.
So again, if I could just ask the question, is there any specific project that you mentioned more than one, there was a grouping, or anyone else that sees a project they don't want to fund or they don't feel the funds would be used appropriately for that project?
Well, let's put together a motion. I mean, we need to move forward on.
Well, if we do a motion as written, that would just be a blanket. So as Deb discussed, breaking it down, I don't know if we want to do a motion project to project. There's 12 of them. We could vote individually, project to project.
I think we should.
That would be another way of accomplishing the same thing.
Pardon me?
It would, to take a vote on each project would accomplish the same thing that I was recommending. But it sounds to me, my read on the discussion is there are at least two that are questionable in the minds of some of the members.
Why don't we just go around and say what are the questionable ones then?
And that's what I suggested.
And I opened with golf course, but I believe also with the history of the project and to help mitigate that pollution that's going to happen. And Cocoa Beach being a great partner and historically always savvy with their use of the lagoon, that I am still in favor of the additional funds for a project that was already approved. So that's my take. I started. You want to go to my right? Go to my left, Deb?
No, we can start there.
I could support all the projects on the list.
Okay.
All right, our concerns are on 289, lacking detail. So that's the Brevard Zoo oysters. It would really be any oysters, but at the scale of the ZIP project, we're not sure that that's worth debating. At $1.2 million, there seems to be inadequate documentation. We talked earlier during the meeting about is this the right location, and we're going to have that during contracting. Wouldn't they already know that? And especially since we're removing money from the banana, is that the right way to do this? So it just felt like that there was inadequate information, not that the $1.2 million for oysters is the wrong choice. Is there enough information to commit that money at this point? I'm not sure that there's more information that should have normally been in the packet that we don't get to see, the application packet that we don't get to see here. It just felt an inadequate information there, or maybe it already exists that we just haven't heard about today. On the golf course, on 258, the Cocoa Beach Golf Course, completely agree. It seems like all of these programs are with good partners with well-intended history and well-intended outcomes. I think we have to look at the ability for them to apply that. They're asking for $87,000 here. That's in a commercial engagement. That's like 50 cents a round of golf extra. Is this the right way to be using our money when they have commercially viable solutions? homeowners association fees, I get that, they're commercial, but they have a less of, it's really a very small number of homes that are going to be impacted, whether it be in Tequesta Harbor or in the sewage package plant upgrade. There's less of an opportunity there. Cocoa Beach, I play there. There's a lot of people who go through that course. It would be a small amount of extra money on each round of golf versus the Cove package plant upgrade, a huge amount of money per house. So that's when I think that from an oversight perspective, that's where I get hung up on is have we really has the applicant proven to us that they have no other way to get the funds? I think that in the Cove situation, then that's the last one for the package plant upgrade. That's not the best way to go about this. They want to do something though, and they've tried to before, and it's a huge upgrade cost. I'd almost be ready to take the $1.2 million of oysters and put it against their sewer line if that's the type of situation we got into. Because there's long-term benefit of eradicating the package plant and going to a sewer interconnect. Those are the only three projects that we had discussion with. We feel strongly on in favor of the others.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, pretty much the same feelings, more information for context.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that the staff does a really good job of, but we could perhaps expand on more, is some of the connectivity of the projects, so that we can see how they're related to one another, right? And so how they build on one another. So for example, with the golf course, I agree, great partner, different ways to get money. I'd like to see the other things they're doing in addition. So like, do they have, I don't golf, so I can't tell you, but like, do they have fringing vegetation around the ponds to absorb a lot of the nitrogen? Do they, how many of the Audubon Society certification things for golf courses do they follow? For the Coconut Point, I think it's very worthwhile. It would be nice to see what this investment, this is a down payment on mortgage. What's the rest of the mortgage? So we can see how that pays off in the future. Again, with the package plant, the Cove, I think I agree. And again, as I said, this is a bigger issue. So we need to figure it out now, so that when we're out fishing, we don't say, oh, there's a package plant there because of the effluent. So I think you covered it well, but more of those kind of details within the projects would help us make a better decision. And I think we could, for example, vote contingent upon that extra information coming in within a week or something. That's kind of my perspective on it. I don't know if that's allowable or not.
Well, you're each making a speech that's taking like 5 minutes or more, and we have a limited amount of time, and so I thought we were going to accelerate this a little bit, so, we've got to make a decision here along the way, and so we have to craft a motion. And we can continue around the room. I mean, and the other thing that I might mention, that part of your reason you have a team, you have a lane each, is to take what you get ahead of time and to go over everything, and to come prepared into these meetings. So we can finish going around the rooms, but we can't stand speeches anymore.
I think there was one right to your left.
Yeah, I can help speech up.
Okay.
I'm gonna agree with where he's at.
Well, see, this is what you're supposed to be doing. Yeah.
Easy, baby. If you put my Marine hat on.
Okay, I know, but I'm trying to move it along here.
I'm just saying I'm agreeing with everything he said. And we're ready to move on to the next person, and if it came right down to it, from an engineering standpoint, take the pie graph, and what the best thing we do for Indian River Lagoon, and go for it if we came to that. You understand what I just said?
Not even close.
Okay, I apologize. I agree exactly what Adam said in here, and pass on to the next person. If it got down to we couldn't decide, we know the most important things to do. We have a pie graph that shows how much you get it for how many dollars, and I would go there and take them and go. I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, just quick, I think there were 3 brought up, thing you said. I had a lot of concerns last night, tons of notes on each of these, and I think most of my questions have been answered.
I too had concerns over the same 3. However, I have the utmost confidence in Hubs SeaWorld, incredible confidence in the Brevard Zoo. And now that I've heard everything about the city of Cocoa Beach and the golf course, I'm for all of them.
Me too.
Agreed. With the caveat that they all should have an educational component that does highlight the value of the projects on site.
Absolutely. I would move that we vote item by item. We can do it quickly.
Okay, let's do that.
Do I have a
So-
second to vote item by item instead of as a package? That way, that will at least be transparency that we had the option
Might I-
to vote against any projects that we didn't feel comfortable voting to fund.
Can an alternate member make the motion?
No.
No, voting members only, but you can pass it on to your voting member and.
What did you want your motion to be?
The motion is, my suggested motion is we do this with all the projects.
Do what exactly?
This is a draft motion that is the requested action. This was in our packet, and it is the language that they need in order to make a motion to approve these projects. My suggestion is we make the motion to approve all of the projects and see if it passes, can get a second and pass it. And with the exception that it's all the projects included in the plan that says all the projects for 2026 project funding request list, with the exception, no exceptions for the first motion. That the projects recommended for inclusion will be funded as substitutes according to the restoration outline, that the cost reallocation outline that Terry presented us, and that we may consider,
That's very
let's see,
good.
the following direction are that these projects will be returned to staff. I'm saying no for the first motion. We will return no projects to staff. But we could include that we recommend that there's an educational component that is part of every project.
By the way,
It's
she's taking this
implementation.
directly from a part of your
Taking
package,
it
so you can look at
directly
this.
from here.
Yes.
And directly from there for a first motion.
So my motion is that we have the opportunity for full transparency to vote individually on all 12 projects. We can vote as them. I think the allocating of funds was clear and laid out. We can include that in the motion. That was, if I don't have a second on that, if no one wants to do that, so be it. But I personally don't think that after the discussion and the issues that have come up with multiple projects, we should not have the opportunity to vote individually on each project.
Okay, so the motion right now is to vote individually on each project.
And we can go through it quickly.
And we can go through those quickly and then go to the entire package if things go well. So,
Can you queue us up, like first project, second project, just so it's easy?
yeah.
The table.
Do you have a second, and have you moved?
Hasn't been seconded.
There's no second on that motion,
No second? So we just want
and that
to,
I've heard yet. If there is, then please say so.
That would be a second on the motion to go over each project individually and to vote on that.
all right, I think exit polls of discussion, yeah, I think that we have enough to pass it as a package. So I'll make a motion as is. I'll read this verbatim. Thank you, Deb, for your assistance with that. Or you had it on there. I'd rather. Sorry, I didn't get a second.
Well, and just to
No one else thought that they wanted to break it down. Of course, we could have done that twice by now if
just
we
to-
gotten started with that. But I will make the motion as written by staff. There it was. It's okay. We've got 21 more minutes in our approved extension, so we're good.
Yeah, we've got,
Okay, I will make the motion to recommend all projects in the 2026 project funding request list to be funded by transferring the $14,306 from the Banana River Lagoon Restoration to Central Indian River Lagoon Restoration, substituting the North Indian River Lagoon Basins 1363, 1439, St. John's River -14, 1076, 759, and 1359, Banana River Lagoon Basins, IHB 52 and IHB 48A, using the remaining balance of Basin 1359 at $201,396 to fund the North Indian River Lagoon stormwater requests, reducing the MIMS Rim Ditch Muck project by $41,276, allocating remaining wastewater funds towards septic upgrades, and include to that a educational component for each project to stay in place after the completion of that project that already has required signage to be made.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Just a second.
Discussion.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Do we have a discussion, any discussion points? Any discussion? With no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nice.
Then
Good
it
job,
passes.
guys.
Thank you.
Can I make one comment, Don?
Yes.
I know, Virginia, you rank ordered those projects that we had, and you took off the lowest ones. Have we ever considered rank ordering the projects coming in? Or giving them some sort of a score relative to their area? So we
So-
would have that as a point to consider?
So the sheet is in cost effectiveness order from top to bottom, but
Right.
you're saying compared to
Well,
the
things we already
things that are
have,
coming
that we've
out,
already funded,
where we're
correct.
substituting.
Yeah, is this a really low one that would come in at the bottom of a list of that type of project, or is it up higher?
We can do that.
Sorry to give you
in the-
more potential
yeah,
work.
We can do that in the future, right? Is that?
It would give us
or-
some more information
You're
too,
wanting
as we
that
understand that.
for January, or you're wanting that for the next go-around?
Yeah, I wouldn't, not for January, I
Okay.
think. You're fine. You got enough to do.
Mr. Chair? What's the timeline for the 2026 projects to get into the big major plan for next year?
Now.
Not the deadline for applying to projects.
Oh,
I was considering to make a motion that we work inside of our track to work with your staff to then add enhancements. We've had questions here today.
Right,
So
the
how can we
additional
enhance the
information that
process
you
to get,
want.
so we don't have this
Yeah.
at major plan review?
So that
Yes.
application period is usually August, September timeframe.
Yeah.
So as long as we get it before we go live with the applications in August. We also have a meeting with all the cities and the zoo and, all our partners during the summer to say, this is what's expected.
I asked my question poorly,
Okay.
perhaps. For each of our tracks, to then work with your staff to enhance the criteria for how to present projects, so we can have some of these questions answered in advance.
You can
So we
always
do
see
that
that
all
the
the
first
time.
part of the year is the best time to.
That's my point.
And even offer presentations on this, in the first
Yeah.
part of the year. You can see where, that's the period of time to really do this kind of stuff.
It feels like this is the right time to get you the best head start.
Yes, yes, so you start in
Yeah,
February.
So before July, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
so we have time then.
Yeah.
Yes.
This was an urgent issue, and we have time to work with you in over the holidays too.
And if we,
And it's good that you see all this and that you have a period of time to really do what you feel is right. No,
Yeah,
If
it's
we
a
could be-
struggle for us first-timers.
yes, it is.
it is,
I
definitely.
don't mean any harm from that.
No, it's
No, I can
fabulous.
understand.
And if we could have a formal presentation, brief or extended, whatever you guys put together from staff for everyone to know this is the process an applicant goes through, and this is the criteria in place now, so that we have kind of a starting point for anyone who wants to amend that or make suggestions to increase the criteria or how that's quantified. And I say January because we're not meeting in December. Do we need a motion for that? Is that time?
So January, you will have the plan update. That will be a full, I think, focus on the plan update. But February, we can come back to you on the process for the next go-around and,
Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you.
yeah.
Can I make one comment? As you're talking about incoming projects, can we ensure that we reach out more broadly, perhaps to address some of the issues raised earlier that were brought up by individuals regarding ensuring that, hey, if there's something we could potentially do with that sewer system or something over here, that we've reached out to try to bring something in if that's possible, versus, does that make sense?
Well,
Working with the applicants.
Yeah.
Well, right, but ensuring that we reach out broadly enough that potentially, if there are potential projects with a sewer plan or something like that, that the county has, that we ensure we're taking a look at, they know they can do that, or can they not do that?
So I think that's the meeting that we have in the summer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're meeting with entities, and so, if you have any ideas, feed it to staff during that period of time, and make sure they're aware of your concerns, and they can transmit it to the entities.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the presentation to us would also serve the public if anyone has any questions about changes or potential differences and how to go about the process. So that can, it's a public meeting, it's public access, it's always there. So that would kind of circumvent any turnarounds.
We have one more issue to go over here.
Well, hello, good afternoon. We get to talk about the very exciting world of septic upgrades. So just to introduce myself for those that I haven't officially met, my name is Joel Beaudry. I'm an associate environmental specialist here with the Save Our Lagoon program. I've only been here about 3 months, so you'll have to forgive me if I constantly look over to Anthony to answer any of your questions.
As long as you don't look up.
Right.
You're not going to get help.
So here is the discussion that we're bringing forward. The current plan funds septic upgrades on a prorated basis of 1,600 pounds, per pound of reduced nitrogen loading to the Indian River Lagoon, up to a maximum of $20,000 per septic system. We're bringing forward here 3 options. So the first option is to leave that exactly as is. The second option is to offer a minimum cost share of $6,000, which is based off of an average septic tank's loading into the lagoon, but only do that when state grant funds are available. And then the third option is to offer that same minimum cost share with entirely soil funds. So just as a little bit of background here, we are seeing the cost of these septic upgrades increase. So both measures of central tendency see this. So the average and the median cost of these septic upgrades for homeowners is consistently increasing as time goes on. So now it's actually over that $20,000 maximum of our grant. And then we've alluded to this before, but there's been some regulatory changes as far as septic systems. So House Bill 1379, which was passed in 2023, mandates all commercial and residential properties with an existing septic system to either connect to sewer if it's available or to upgrade to these nitrogen reducing systems that our program here puts in place. And then specifically in the North Indian River Lagoon, there is a court injunction that puts a moratorium on new construction, so that does not impact our grant program, but all other permit types, so any repair or modification permit does have to upgrade to a nitrogen reducing system. And so given all of that, we are busier than ever. So this is just kind of to show, in this year, we've done 383 septic upgrade applications. That's as of Wednesday. That number has gone up. And then completed projects, we're also seeing a stark increase. We're on 234 in the calendar year of 2025. And just to showcase that this minimum would have an impact, these are the application rates of any project that is under that $6,000 limit on eligibility. So we're seeing a sharp increase here, 38 in 2025, people that have applied to receive less than $6,000 to assist in this upgrade. So just as an example, this is on Merritt Island, just south of Rotary Park. And just to kind of showcase what the neighborhoods are seeing. So this property that's highlighted there in orange is eligible for the full $20,000 eligibility from our program. Their next door neighbor is only eligible for $2,500. Their next door neighbor is only eligible for $1,300. And when you cross that street, that neighbor is only eligible for about $500. And so while our model is nuanced on why that loading and the eligibility has changed, to the neighborhood, all the houses look the same, all the houses are near the lagoon, and all houses have that mandate to upgrade as per that new state rule. And so we're seeing a lot of frustration from homeowners as they call into us for this program because their grant amount is so low compared to the cost they will see. Just since I've been tracking in the last 2 weeks or so, so 10 business days, I've had 62 phone calls 10 of which expressed extreme frustration in the amount of eligibility for their property. So we're averaging about 6 or so calls a day. I heard my phone ringing as I left to come to this meeting. So these are the two options kind of presented, with, of course, that first option being to leave things exactly as they are. So set a minimum of $6,000, split evenly amongst Sorrel funds and then state funds, and available on a first-come, first-served basis so long as we have that state funding, or to set that minimum in option 3 at $6,000, and we can pay that entirely out of Sorrel. So it's available all the time. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
If I could start myself. I would vote for 2 because it is state funding that, it is a state rule that we're and a state lawsuit that we're approaching. So they should have skin in the game on this. So that's my input. So we can go off that. Go ahead.
I was just gonna,
Just to comment that, I forgot to bring this up. What the state is currently doing, so there's limited guidance on that rule. It's relatively new.
Yes.
But what they are telling homeowners when they call is to call us. So they say that they do provide these state grant funds, and so it's the homeowner's responsibility to call the county as far as financial assistance for this upgrade.
Yeah.
and then you will connect those state funds as well? Or is that, after they call the county, then do you direct those state funds, that matching grant, to their project?
Right.
Okay.
So we have to apply for those matching funds, but we have been doing that, and we have.
With success, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And then the 6,000 minimum cost share, that was going to be my question. Are there any state funds involved in that at all, or is it just county that will pay up to the $6,000 even if it comes under that? If the
That-
cost comes in under $6,000,
If the
option
cost-
3 would be that Sorrel covers the entirety?
Correct. I would find it hard to believe any project comes in under $6,000. They average about $24,000.
Sure.
But yes, they would just receive whatever that invoice was.
Okay.
Yeah, we never pay more than the invoice price.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm curious, how do you come up with the $6,000 minimum?
So the plan already has 7.5 pounds as the average loading from a septic system in Brevard County. So we just use that as if it were a septic system in our current model, loading 7.5. That's a cost share of 6,000.
The money we're talking about, two questions. One, we were at 10,000 last year, is what we thought, and now at 20,000? I thought we were about at 10,000 each. I'm asking, last year.
Talking to septic upgrades?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you speaking specifically to septic upgrades?
No, just in general, when you and I were going around. I thought it was,
So that's a graph of that actual,
You can see it.
Okay.
mean and median. We did increase the cost share from 18,000 to 20,000 last year before
Yeah.
last?
Yes. Now, we do have two different programs. We have septic upgrades, and then we have quick connects. And so they do have different costs, so that might have been part of our conversations.
Yeah, so
Okay.
the quick connect to sewer is 12,000, if that's what you were thinking of.
Okay, well, I messed up, and that's all right.
These are expensive.
Quick question.
No, that's okay.
So I assume part of this is to get them going faster. And then second, do we know how many fewer we might do by raising that number?
So, right, there's so much money available for septic upgrades right now.
Right.
And if we're spending it this way, then there will be less left to get those highest priority
Right.
loading ones when they came in eventually, maybe, right? But we're sitting on how many million now?
Right, there's a lot
And
sitting there.
So part of what Terry was presenting, going through with the 20 million to reallocate, and, if you do this, and fund your motion, then there was still 7 million available. And so the proposal was to take that 7 million and make it available to fund.
Right, you're
Option
essentially
2 or
allowing the
option
people who had a
3.
$1,500 one to now get 6,000.
Correct.
Which means you're taking a little bit more out per each than you would have in the past, which means you're probably going to lower the number of total number you could get to
Right,
with the
we would-
dollars you have. But
We
no, it
would
makes
get
sense.
less pollution reduction in total, but we would get more pollution reduction faster.
Right. Thank you.
We would get something faster.
So you're just requesting a motion to pass one of those options today from us?
1, 2, or 3, we're just bringing it to the committee for consideration.
Consideration, no vote today?
No, vote.
Oh, okay.
Yes, vote. Vote
That's what I
to
thought.
incorporate into the plan
Sorry.
update, yes.
I thought you meant no, just consideration.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chair, is there a difference between options 2 and 3? Is there a ceiling to state funding? There's a ceiling to soil funding that we have in this bucket today. You're asking to increase the bucket. Is there a ceiling to the state?
The state likes to see 50% cost share, and they like to see that we're prioritizing. So we don't know that they're going to like this plan, but this is similar to what other counties are doing. Other counties aren't looking at the cost per pound. They're not looking at what are the highest priority septic systems to get rid of. They're just saying septic is bad, give us state funding, and we'll help make it available to whoever is willing to participate in the program.
And we have tested that. So with Quick Connects, we have a similar program where if we have state funding, then we consider the average 7.5 pounds and use that state funding to offer the max to everyone connecting to sewer. The state appreciates everything we've given them so far.
So it's more likely than option 2, the soil is going to run out of money before the state ever does. We're going to fund that. We went with option 2. We burn more money, get more good done as early as we can, and would they then be out of state?
So the state funding varies from year to year, right? And the governor proposed his $100 million a year for the River Lagoon grant program, and so, we did really well when there was $100 million to compete for. This year, there's only $25 million to compete for. So I don't want the committee to have a presumption that the state funding will always be there. It may not, but.
And it's not there now, because we're not approving any new septic upgrade applications with state funds.
If we approve the matching option 2, we can always revisit that if the program doesn't work. Like if the state doesn't provide that funding, if that 25 million is gone, we can always revisit it and amend that at that time, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion, because I think what occurs is the most efficient way to do that is option 2. If we do option 3, then everybody's getting 6,000 and we're not getting a state match. Whereas this one, if we get a match, we get the match. If we don't, we give them 6, right? That's what it says.
Option 2, we would only offer a minimum reimbursement if we had state funds. So if state funds are not available, there
You
would be
don't
no
offer them
option.
6.
Correct.
Oh, I read that the other way, that that we're going to do 6, but if we have state funds, we're going to do 3 of the 6.
I think
Go ahead.
that's option 3.
That's option 3.
That's
So
option 3.
Option 3 does not remove the ability to use
Got
state
it.
funds
Okay.
to get there. It just allows us to pay it entirely out of SORL. Option 2 requires there be a state component.
And if we don't get a state fund, they don't get it.
Right.
So then option 3 would be the better route.
Now, these are included in the connection fee, or does a homeowner still pay the connection fee separate?
This is
Not a
not septic to
connection.
sewer. This is septic
just a-
upgrade.
okay, got
No
it.
connection.
Got it.
Do I have a motion? Let's go.
I'll make a motion that to move it along most quickly, I believe it's option 3.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Discussion?
Any discussion?
Public comment?
If
Yeah,
they,
public comment.
before discussion?
Public comment before discussion, yeah.
Any public?
Actually, before motion, so let's do the public comment.
Any
yeah.
public comment?
Hey, I'm John Peters from the River Grove Homeowner Association, and we had a meeting last week or whatever. It was like excited, alarmed people thinking that they got $20,000 coming out of their pocket. And all I can say is, this is the nicest guys I ever talked to. I don't know how they have time to answer the phone, technically astute in every way. And I brought back to the Homeowner Association about, what is it that we can do as a group to support this? So the only question I have is, do you guys have a recommendation on one of these 3 options yourself, having looked at it?
If we could
Am I allowed
pause,
to ask it?
if we could pause for one moment, I make a motion to extend the meeting 10 minutes in order to conclude.
Well, we're going to have to
15?
extend it longer than that, because I've got a stack of comments here.
not
and
that many
it's
people.
Still,
Did you guys have a best
But we're at
feeling
time.
for what would
30
suit us?
minutes?
30 minutes probably.
If it ended up being something like that?
Yeah, yeah, we'll go ahead with his comments, and then we'll vote on that.
Oh, that was it. That was all I had.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Motion to extend 30 minutes to conclude.
Just a minute, we have a motion to extend, we're going to do that first. Motion, do I have a second on a motion to extend 30 minutes?
Yes. Second.
That was Dick. Let's go with Dick on the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
So I just, as a Sandra Sullivan, I would just say I prefer option 2 because there's only a set amount of money that you have in Sorrel, and obviously the focus wants to be on septic tanks closer to the lagoon, which have a much greater impact on the lagoon. And so you're just opening it up that you're going to double with option 3. You're going to potentially, depending on state funding, go through that money twice as fast. I think option 2 is a nice compromise in between, so just a thought.
Thank you.
I agree with that as well, and as you mentioned right before we had discussion, option 2 keeps the state involved, and I don't think that funding is going anywhere. I think that's going to be renewed and increased as we move forward.
I can withdraw my motion.
You
Sorry,
will
can I just clarify? Right, so we have burned through all of the current state grants, so,
We won't apply any of the funds we have now to any of these.
so we have pending state grants that might not be announced until the spring if they were awarded. So option 2 would mean we would not be offering a minimum to anybody until we got more state funding. Option 3 would allow us to start doing this as soon as the plan update is, until, as soon as, actually, we would probably take this to the county commission for confirmation. We might not wait till the February plan update for this. If
Okay.
you,
Yeah. We have a motion and a second for option 3. So if you want to go ahead and any more comments on that?
I think Brad withdrew his amendment,
I can withdraw this motion.
Okay. All right, he'll withdraw.
but I thought we had a motion for option 2 with a second. Is that correct?
I don't think you got it. I think it was
It was
brought
just
up. I don't
option
know the
3.
second.
Do we have a motion for option 2? Did we have a motion for option 2?
The question from
Maybe
the,
this is-
that Fred made a motion and Laura Lee seconded it.
That was 3.
So that was for
That's
3.
withdrawn. So bring up the other one.
so the community member made a request that staff make a recommendation. If I understand Virginia's information correctly, it would be best to go with option 3 so that we don't have a wait on state funding.
I'm not going to make a recommendation, I'm just going to say that
Gotcha.
option 2 will not provide relief to these frustrated homeowners that are calling the office daily until we get new grant money. Option 3 would provide relief as soon as the recommendation is approved by the county commission, if the county commission were to approve the
Is there
recommendation.
a way to take that option, to take this option 3, revise it so that within a certain distance of the lagoon and beyond that, where we know you're not on the west side or something having impact, you would okay it?
Yes, you can write your own motion, the septic overlay.
The problem with that is that everybody that's in the protection plan is under this, under that, under the rule and the.
That has to meet the new requirements.
Yes.
So, but a bunch of them may be so far out that they have no impact on the lagoon.
But they're still in the protection plan.
So the current model takes that into account, which is what is leading to this frustration, and doesn't translate to the residents. So if that is the case, option 1 keeps that in mind, that the distance is considered when we look at the modeling of the groundwater flow.
Right, but when you showed that chart, that picture, or the image of the 3 houses, I mean, you obviously you do get a difference in flow because of where they're sitting, but they're so close
Right.
that if there was a way to delineate that better and have those three, in essence, count, then we'd be in better shape. Because I do think there's a concern, it could be way out in Timbuktu.
Yeah, I just,
I don't know if there's a way to do that.
be more arbitrary.
Right. Well, we did that 1,000-foot buffer, which wasn't, wasn't, so the septic loading varies based on distance and
Permeability,
soils
all
and.
that stuff.
Right, elevation, a whole bunch of factors, and that's why you get the color coding the way it is.
Right.
So we've tried simplifying, and, you just, you lose a lot of cost effectiveness when you do that, but is it 1,000 or 1,500
But
that
this-
captured?
This would completely lose cost effectiveness.
Yes. So the 1,000-foot buffer from the Indian River Lagoon
Brought us down to like 4 pounds.
and major tributaries
Yeah.
would be sort of the next best option that of all the analyses that we've done. So you would still have people, the neighbors on one side of the line than the other.
We're never
There's
gonna
still
get
gonna
out of
be-
that.
Right.
And do you have a sense how many of those calls you're getting from people way out?
Microphone.
GIS that baby.
The people who are frustrated tend to be in the situation we showed on the PowerPoint.
Where they're right there.
They're all next to each
Adjacent.
other. That's where we see the most frustration. That's who usually is calling back repeatedly or sending emails. There is frustration in areas farther out, but because everyone's kind of on a similar eligibility, the frustration is more directed at, why am I having to pay $20,000? You're
Correct.
giving me $1,000, versus we're getting extreme frustration when you've given my neighbor $20,000 and I'm going to get $3,000, and we're both going to pay $24,000 for the same work.
I mean, it's how do you balance the science with the politics and the location and the rest of it?
Right.
Yeah, but you're asked to do that.
You said you get several phone calls daily, I'm sure. Do we have a number, like right now, of this is the stack of people who are requesting these funds? Like, is there 10, is there 100?
Approximately 1 in 6 phone calls I receive express this frustration. Not all of those phone calls continue to call us back. So right now, there's probably 3 or 4 that are consistently calling back, asking about changes to eligibility, trying to understand the model, things like that. And then, of course, we have the 38 people who went ahead and applied anyway, just to get some level of funding. There's probably more who chose not to apply at all. So I don't have a good way, I don't think our numbers tell us exactly that amount, other than the people who are routinely coming back to us.
So right now, waiting, you have less than 10 people that are currently actively requesting that 6,000, whether that's split state Sorrel or just Sorrel, on deck right now.
There would be more that would ask for it. There's 4 that routinely email or call us to ask questions about the current way we structure eligibility.
That are challenging the way.
Challenging, yes.
But there are 38 who have, even though they're not getting much, have applied. So they would immediately, if this were approved, be eligible for 6,000 instead of, 332 or whatever.
So that number, there are 38
But there-
homes right now that would be, it would be a benefit for this to be passed, that they can get those funds to get
Yes,
that
and
work
there
done.
are all the other people
That haven't
that,
yet.
that called and were told you're only eligible for $400, and they said, well, I'm not going to fill out all the paperwork and go get a notary and do this, that, and the other for $400, and so they're not in the applicant
Is there an
stack.
option to reach out to those people who already were told, no, there is no more funding? Or is it just that's the way it was when you applied and now we've moved on?
So
Unless
in
they're
the
listening to them.
past, right, so, we would have call logs for some of them. I'm sure some would also fall through the cracks. In the past, we've gotten board approval to have what do you call it, program, a retroactive program, that to
Do you have a-
go back in time and capture
Do you have
some
an
of
idea
those.
at all how many homes that might be that already were turned down or told they weren't eligible that?
Not accurate, no.
Not accurate.
There's,
That's fine.
there are some days where the phone never stops
Sure,
ringing.
sure.
So there's people who you're trying to work through.
Just would there be any litigation issues from someone who was already told, no, we don't have this money for you because this was not a program that existed then, it wouldn't matter. Now this is a new program as of November that we're going forward with. So anyone who applies after this would be eligible.
There was a challenge in the past, and that was the retroactive payments. That is actually, it's a page in the septic section of the plan that outlines what that challenge was. The board decided to provide structured assistance for those folks and a timeline for them, and but there was no consequences expressed.
But they didn't file, they just,
Challenge, not legally.
there was no legal challenge.
Go ahead.
So I'm very concerned about protecting the cost effectiveness and the priority use of the funds, because I think that's an important benefit for our citizens here, that we're using highest and best use of that. But I've also heard some concerns from people who say we are just doing things that enrich people who are already wealthy and living on waterfront properties, et cetera. And I bring that up for us to consider, is this a way, is this a way for a short term, not saying we're making a permanent commitment of funds, but for a short term to maybe a year or two to experiment on how those applications compare to to the applications we would get for this funding, and then come back with a little bit more information that says, okay, maybe they're slightly outside the zone versus way outside the zone, but the state and the plan eventually wants us to deal with all the septic tanks that are here. So maybe we could use this as an opportunity to say, we're going to do option 3, even though I like option 2 better personally from the standpoint of the position that the state has put us in relative to highest and best use of the funds. But we could say, we want to do this for the next year. It's contingent on state funds to some extent, but we would use that information to see if that's the right decision-making and/or have the opportunity to feed it back up to Tallahassee, that you need to rethink some of the things that you've done in areas where people are already taxing themselves and putting highest and best use funds to work. Just a thought.
Well, you could also, you can propose, through your voting member, you can propose an alternative 4. Certainly you can hybrid these if you want to and do something like what you're saying.
Shorten the period and then get the data back and see what it looks like, how many people were doing it way out, and then say, hey, wait, this is not quite what we were hoping for?
Well, it also notes first come, first serve. So there is a cap on how much money goes into this already. So once we reach that, do we want to call it done, or do we want that's why I said, can we amend this if we see it's not working in, 6 months or next year? This doesn't have to be a permanent addition to the project plan. So as she's saying as well, we can revisit this, but do we know the number? Like how many homes this will, you said it's going to take more pollution out faster, but less over an extended period of time. But I don't even know if I agreed with that it would take out less over an extended period of time. And in regard to the lagoon-centric placement of these, a more in-depth study that we have had some presentations on here, and maybe something you want to study on your own, all of our septic tanks are in our groundwater. So Florida is sand, it's a sandbar, so even though it's not as critical direct affluent into the lagoon, it's a benefit in general, and it's hard to find any neighborhood across the state that doesn't have a tributary that goes into a canal that eventually leads. And of course, it's mitigated the further away it is through vegetation and everything. And I know that at Palm Bay specifically, they're well outside of the parameters, but they've had issues with their funds and mandates. But I think that to pass it isn't going to lock us in forever. We can always come back and request more information. We can always request an amendment, make a motion at that time.
Let's hear a motion right now for, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to amend option 3 to the wording says, will be split with state grant funds when available or entirely funded by soil.
I second that.
Gets it started moving quicker and forces a state use.
Okay, I'll second that.
Second on that?
Yes, second that.
Okay. Any discussion on that?
I'd like to put a time period on it, and then get some data back and see what happens with it, and where they putting them in. I don't know whether that's 3 months, 6 months,
What's
but not a year.
time period
timeline.
to-
Is that feasible?
I think one of the things to keep in mind is a lot of our outreach is by working with contractors. So we just need to inform them of, for whatever this time period is, this is what they have to work with, because they'll go out and work with the homeowners and communicate this.
Yeah, but just in terms of, from the time that the homeowner has a failing system and calls a contractor to when, they apply and they get the
Failing
work
system.
done.
They need more
and it's
time.
for us to
2 to
have
3
data
months.
back to you. So, I think we're talking about 3 to 6 months to
6?
have.
Our average project timeline, so from when we first get the application to when everything is submitted and there's a reimbursement, is about 6 months.
So could
So
we
that's
request?
one project from beginning to end, as far as we see.
Is how long?
6 months.
6 months?
So we could-
So you're looking at probably
A
next
year.
year
A year.
to get this
Looking
information.
at a year.
So request an update of stats in July after our summer break. That would be time to see where we're at and what the numbers actually look like once they're implemented.
Okay.
To July?
If that's enough
Do it.
time for you, I don't know.
At least get some preliminary information, yeah. I mean, if we just really ask for that. So you want to amend your motion and get a,
I would like to amend my motion to put a time limit of 1 year with mandatory reporting to see where we're at 6 months.
Second.
any comment on that?
I think
So-
we're not going to upset the Sorrel plan in 1 year with the decision that was
Yeah.
just proposed.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It passes. All right, we have public comment.
Thanks, guys.
And we have more public comment than we have time, so
Not everyone's going to use their whole 3 minutes.
we can do that if there's,
I put it out there.
but I think there's more than that even, so.
We'll make an amendment if we get to one.
Okay, all right.
Bring Dwayne up.
So I have John Peters.
I said my piece, thank you.
Okay, so he's done.
All right, one down.
Done. Let Dwayne come up.
Pardon me?
Dwayne.
All right, we can do that.
It's been sitting.
Yeah, Dwayne?
Good afternoon. Dwayne DeFries. I'm the Executive Director of the IRL Council and Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program. And I'll be exceedingly brief. I'm going to take the liberty after 47 years living on this system and 10 years as the NEP Executive Director to say thank you. Thank you for your due diligence. Thank you for the discussions that you have. I want to thank the citizens of Brevard County. I just came from Mobile, Alabama, where we met with most of the National Estuary Program directors around the nation. And I can tell you what you do here at a local level is a model that you don't see in other states and other regions. And so congratulations, thank you, keep up the good work. We are not done with this process, and so this is the beginning and not the end. So I want to really thank the Board of County Commissioners this week
to move us forward into, looking beyond this first 10 years. And just add a couple other really quick points. Number one, Valerie Seidel texted me. She failed to thank Virginia and the team for all the data that you supplied for that economic study. There was a question I think you may have asked about where the money came from, and that was an interesting story. That economic study was a deep dive into economics. It took a year of research, and we started it initially in Task 1 using our IRL Council local funds. And the only way we were able to do this was take our federal dollars coming through the EPA, combine them with the NOAA funding in our $9.4 million grant in order to give you that document that you saw today. And the fact is, it's over a year and a half early. The deadline for that wasn't until 2027. And Valerie worked with us, and we accelerated that this last year so we'd have it at this very important time. So you had some discussions about state funding. I work a lot both at the state level and the federal level. None of us should be confident that funding is going to continue at the levels that we've seen over the last 10 years. The funding, especially for the Indian River Lagoon, but also for water in the state of Florida, over the last 7 years of Governor DeSantis' tenure has been historic. We rolled some numbers. If you look at water quality and you look at the resilience, it's north of $9 billion of investment. And so last year, the governor's request of $100 million for the lagoon ultimately came in at $25 million. I'm not expecting it's going to be any easier on the upcoming session. And so we need to be conservative. We need to continue to look at, best return on investment. And we will be doing the same. One last thing, we have a competitive RFP open till December 15th. The numbers are not what you work with. We're very modestly funded. But if anybody has projects, they should take a look at our RFP at onelagoon.org. Those RFPs close on the 15th of December. So thank you all for the work you do. It's not easy, and the fact that you debate and deliberate and go down in the details makes me proud to be a partner to you, with the National Estuary Program. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne.
I have Brian Leager.
He's gone.
Okay. Bob Pickert.
Great, I get to follow Dwayne. Good afternoon. I was going to start with good morning. I am Bob Pickert, a longtime Brevard County resident, an Indian River Lagoon supporter, and EHS manager for Wakefield Biochar. I want to propose a circular approach to managing the dredge lagoon muck that would be good for the lagoon, good for the watershed, and good for Brevard's economy. In a word, biochar. Amending dewatered muck with biochar would transform the muck into a slow-release fertilizer, replace or supplement the soil tax with non-tax revenue, distribute a high-quality and permanent source of carbon to landscape soils that would reduce the flux of nutrients and contaminants to the lagoon, and provide a way for Brevard residents and businesses to contribute directly to the restoration of the lagoon. The irony is that to get the muck out and stay the muck away, we need to embrace and enhance the muck. First, let me talk about biochar. Biochar is a powerful plant-based soil amendment produced by woody biomass in a high-temperature, low-oxygen environment known as pyrolysis. This locks carbon into a lightweight and stable form with incredible surface area, think activated carbon, that remains stable in soil for hundreds of years. Now, biochar has impressive soil health benefits. It absorbs water, making landscape soils more drought resilient. It adsorbs nutrients, including nitrogen and phosphorus, making them more bioavailable to plants and less leachable to surface and groundwater. It adsorbs and retains metals and organic contaminants like PFAS, and it provides the ideal habitat for beneficial microbes critical to soil health, decreasing nutrient demand. There are more benefits. including the fact that biochar is carbon negative, often providing sellable carbon credits. Pelletized biochar is also a highly effective media for treating stormwater in low-impact designs. To get a feel for how this could finance soil programs, the sale of 2 million 1 cubic foot bags for $45 each, the equivalent of 4 bags for every home and business in the watershed, would generate nearly $100 million of annual gross sales and generate annual net non-tax revenues of $20 to $40 million for soil programs. The owner of a popular nursery said that if Sally Scalera of the IFAS Brevard County Extension gave a muck biochar soil amendment a favorable review in the Sunday paper, they would have 100 customers asking for it Monday morning. Sally has responded to the idea enthusiastically, calling it fantastic. There are a variety of other powerful soil amending additives from local sources that could be incorporated into a dewatered muck biochar product, including seaweed and worm casting extracts and beneficial microbes. I have some detail in my comments that you should have on why muck is likely to serve as a good base for the fertilizer soil amendment. I suggest starting with testing an inventory of dewatered muck from various dredge dewatering sites and management areas, nutrient loading and leaching performance testing of the muck biochar mix, and product formulation consensus building with experts and
Can you end
stakeholders.
it right now? Yeah, term. Good.
Okay.
Thank you. You all have written comments in your package
Oh,
on this?
thank you. I just wanted to thank you for that. I love biochar, and I was waiting until you finished to ask about PFAS or any other contaminants, legacy pollutants that might be involved. You referenced that. Is there somewhere that we can study more in depth outside of this meeting that's ending now?
Yeah, now, it's just like activated carbon is a known way to attract and hold it.
Yes, I just wanted to know, I don't want to take the meeting any further today on this
Okay.
topic, but I appreciate your time definitely for sharing with us, and I would love to learn more in depth than anyone wants to sit here and
Kimberly,
hear about.
I'm going to propose right now, anybody have any written comments on this? Get them to Jackie. And Charlie has volunteered, you go ahead and, if you want to raise your hand.
Yeah.
Charlie has volunteered to pull it together and provide a statement
On this particular topic?
on this.
Oh, excellent.
There's a
Wonderful.
bacterial strain that they've identified that breaks that
Okay.
chlorine carbon bond and then metabolizes
So-
the carbon.
So Charlie will work with staff, because staff has already addressed some of this. He'll work with staff and also get information outside to put together a statement.
Wonderful.
I do have some biochar samples if you all would want to just help yourself, committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Next commenter is Sandra Sullivan.
Good afternoon. The first thing I'd like to remind is in the IRL Council agreement and in our soil ordinance, it does say we're supposed to follow the NEP's CCMP approved by EPA. We still do not have pollution such as PFAS and herbicides in our lagoon plan, and that's my first request, to make that change for next year. Secondly, I would like to address the updated costs in discussing the O'Galley project. So you recall this presentation for almost $49 million to do the O'Galley project. You've been updated that the FPNL easement, that they're getting ready to enter into this contract. The issue I have is we do not know the amount of that contract. So O'Galley was first in the plan at $27 million, and now we're looking at what's in the current plan is $54 million for north and $113 to south. And I have an issue with that because that is a huge increase in costs. So when the county commission rejected this $49 million, the natural resources removed 2/3 of the muck to be dredged, removed the interstitial cleanup, and then in the bid documents say that they will add it back in as change orders. And in addition, there was a recent county commission meeting which changed their purchasing policy to allow piggybacking, and the contract for Satellite Beach and Indian Harbor in the state grants states the natural resources made an update and said they intend to piggyback on the O'Galley project. Now, the issue with O'Galley is we're pumping muck 8.1 miles to Palm Bay since we're not using the Sarno lands. For Satellite Beach, that would be 13 miles. This is not cost effective. So my request is to remove these projects for next year from the SORL as not being cost effective. We don't even know what it's going to cost for Satellite Beach and Indian Harbor, and yet it's already planned to piggyback on top of O'Galley project. There's nothing to say you can't take a project that is twice the original or 3 times the original contract and piggyback it. In addition, I want to point out that I've brought this before, the comment from this Florida Today article that proposed the muck tax originally. And in here it says, Mayfield told the Indian River Lagoon Council during their meeting, it's actually a current program that can be used for infrastructure. We're just going to add mucking to what the infrastructure tax can be used for. The problem is the bill number, Senate Bill 346, was not approved. And I have alleged all this time, it's not a legal use of this tax. If you read the state statute, it still does not allow for environmental and dredging. And I'm going to suggest that, there could be legal challenges to persist, especially when it becomes unpopular how much these projects are and they're not cost effective.
Thank you. I have Craig Wallace. Sorry it's taken so long to...
I will make this brief. Craig Wallace, Brevard Indian Lagoon Coalition. As Virginia said, we've got the green light now to go ahead and start the planning process. It's really important that all of us in this room get intimately involved in that process. The first meeting is going to be in January 5th, right? January 5th in Titusville, and the second one is January 12th in Palm Bay. You all need to be there and hear what the public is saying. We need to all figure this out. We've gone through there's a lot of different opinions in this world in terms of what we can do and not do. We need to hear what the public exactly is saying so that we can better relate to the public when it comes to asking them for the sales tax to continue. And that's all I'm going to say. Fred came to with the suggestions that he made in terms of our communications on how our outgoing communications, they need to relate to what the people want. So we need to listen real closely to know what the people want, so therefore we'll be able to communicate better why we still want to have this half-cent sales tax. Thank you very much.
Before you leave,
Yeah.
nice job for us at the commission.
Thank you.
Nice speech. He really was good.
All right, that's it. I can say that the 2 public meeting workshops are coming up in January, and you're all invited for sure because you're public too.
Is the workshop going to be housed in like a panel discussion? Will we just be there in observance? How is that to be determined?
It's a Board of County Commissioners workshop, so it'll be like the workshops they have here in the Florida room, where they'll hear public comment, but it'll be at the city council boardrooms in Titusville and Palm Bay.
And those 2 cities were selected at their request, our request?
Their request.
Theirs.
Commissioner Feltner.
All right. We have final comments from Laura Lee has a final comment.
Final comment. So on Tuesday, in the Florida Today paper, there in the public notice section, there was a notice for a draft permit for Blue Origin. This permit authorizes the permittee to operate a 0.49 million gallons per day industrial wastewater treatment facility, which would discharge 0.467 million gallons per day of processed wastewater and 0.015 million gallons per day of non-processed wastewater to a large on-site stormwater pond and then to the Indian River. I'm appalled. I don't, and we've done some research on this, and it looks like this might be a modification to a previous 500,000 gallons per day permit that Blue Origin got back in 2020, back when nobody was paying attention to what was going on across the river. You know, my concern is that, number one, sets a precedent for what's coming in the future. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We're going to keep getting more and more permits to discharge fresh water into the Indian River Lagoon. This one is going straight into the lagoon. SpaceX got one a couple years ago to discharge into the Oyster Prong impoundment, which is where the state is spending millions of dollars to restore salt marsh habitat back to its pre-1960s condition. So the impacts to the impoundments on the wildlife refuge they're real. It's coming. And you just saw a slide that had a return on investment for the restoration projects in the Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge impoundments was the biggest return on investment for ecosystem services in that area that they studied. So I would like, number one, for Brevard County to send a letter, a comment letter, which we can do. TikTok, the clock is running. It has to be mailed. There's no way to submit it online. But I'd also like for Brevard County to request a public meeting, because I think the public has a right to know that this is happening. And even if we can't accomplish anything, it would at least be able to send a message that Brevard County citizens are spending $500 million to fix the lagoon, and we know that stormwater and freshwater impacts are among the highest bad things that are happening to the lagoon. And it's not right that the Brevard County citizens are spending their money to fix the lagoon, yet over across the river, these contractors are getting permits, to put a lot of fresh water into the Indian River Lagoon and the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge impoundments. So hopefully the county would request a public meeting, and then we got to go to work getting people to go to the public meeting. So that's my comment.
How many gallons?
500,000 gallons a day.
Okay, and we talked before, where is it coming out at?
It's coming out of, as best I can determine, it's coming straight down the Ransom Road Canal and directly Ransom Road. It's a big canal right behind Blue Origin, and it dumps straight into the Indian River Lagoon, and that's what the permit says. Then to go into a stormwater pond, then to the Indian River.
Laura Lee, who's the issuing body of that permit, or DEP?
DEP, yeah.
Thank you.
The other thing, when we talked about it before in here, you had listened to somebody on this subject, and you picked it up right away, and you said, we ought to get him here and talk to us. This was 6 months ago, and I apologize.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. This is brand new. This just posted on Tuesday.
No, I know that, but the subject came up, and you said you met somebody somewhere, and he was a PhD or something, and I didn't take down, I apologize, I didn't take down the name, or?
There were the super heavy EIS comments. That was maybe about 6 months ago.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just.
There was a county meeting, a meeting requested by the county for the SpaceX permit, which was 3,000 gallons a day. I mean, this is orders of magnitude above their request.
And I had mentioned, I believe last month, if we could get some kind of understanding of what we can do as a committee for recommendations to governing bodies like DEP or the state or FWC. If we could put that as a note for February. And are we meeting in December?
That's next on his agenda.
It is, okay. I make a motion to extend our time until, what would be 1:30, but we'll leave now. So is that seconded? Anybody?
Second.
Okay. And Laura, the reason I ask now is because I would like to see where, as a committee, we're able to make a recommendation and a statement opposing that, and as a knowledgeable committee of experts, why. I think that it would carry more weight than just individual comments. I mean, that's always important as well, but if we can come together and as this highly esteemed, as Dr. DeFries said, board committee across, multiple organizations. I
Go
think-
ahead, go ahead. and
Go ahead,
comment,
let's get the
Irene.
attorney's opinion.
Hey, Heather, hi.
I don't think that
You can't do it.
individual as private citizens, not
Yeah,
as
you
the
can-
committee. It's getting into advocacy issues. So,
So
yeah.
we can't make a statement, like, from the Citizens Oversight Committee that we all agree on, that we oppose a certain
We're just gonna vote on
behavior,
whether
or
to
we
cancel.
endorse a certain behavior?
Right.
We cannot do that.
It's,
Are we able to, in our bio, like, when I work on different proposals, I can put my bio, like, that I serve on this committee, as,
Yeah.
but we
Of
just
course.
can't speak
Yeah.
as a group?
right, but there's a
Not
difference
represented.
between you as an individual being a member and the committee making a statement as the committee, because your job is to, exactly what you did today. Review the projects and recommend action to the county commission.
And we don't.
Because you're an advisory board for the county commission.
Thank you.
So like Charlie said, the county wrote a letter over 3,000 gallons a day for SpaceX back in 2022. So all I'm asking for is for the county to write another letter requesting that DEP have a public meeting so that the public can have an opportunity to look at their data and their maps and their reasons for putting 500,000 gallons of water into the Indian River Lagoon every day. And I think the public has a right to know, has a right to see, and ask questions. And I don't think we can stop it. I don't think we can stop anything that's going on over there. But I think that we need to make them understand that we care about what they're doing over there across the river.
Well, even a prior objection, if any future litigation occurs, creates a timeline of knowledge and awareness that they were doing something that they shouldn't be doing based on public opinion, if nothing else. So it is relevant to make that statement. I would also love to see the county do something like that.
Yeah, I'll just, for your information, we are preparing an agenda like we did for the board last time, asking if they want us to
Okay.
prepare a letter with comments and a request a public meeting. And
Okay,
that will
so-
go to the, we're drafting it to go to the board on December 2nd.
Awesome, yeah, because I assume that as long as the letter is postmarked by 30 days, but, December 17th is the cutoff day, so we don't have a lot of time. Thank you very, very much.
Is board county commission? Excuse
Yes,
me.
county
Okay, just
commission,
making sure.
December 2nd. It's an evening meeting, so 5 PM, December 2nd.
Thank you for the comments.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
big deal.
All right, we have one more thing to do, and that is vote on whether or not to have the December meeting. This does not mean that you don't review the plan during December, because you will get the plan, and you will use that half day at least to review the plan. So anyway, let's go forward. Do I have a motion to cancel the December 19th meeting?
Do we need it per staff, or are we fine to go as historically not coming?
We're fine based on all the motions that you've made today.
Oh, okay. Then I will move to suspend the December meeting and meet back in January.
And spend that time reviewing.
And to spend that time in deep study of all of the fun things. I promise I will do that, and I don't make promises.
Save your hours up for the December board meeting and the January workshops and yes.
So I have a second.
Second.
Laura Lee is second. All in favor? Aye. Passes.
So, close the meeting.
You're free to go, finally.
You're free to fly.
Longest meeting in the history of
The opinions expressed by any member of the public during any period of public comment do not necessarily reflect the views or opinions of the Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, or the program sponsor, and are solely those of the presenter. The Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, and the program sponsor hereby expressly disclaim any and all responsibility or liability for any defamatory or slanderous statements expressed by any member of the public during any such period.